For myself, I think it was really good to speak to some people that obviously we usually wouldn't meet in normal circumstances, especially being up north. We're not quite central. So it was nice to kind of get our opinions and our views across and to feel like they've been heard.
Yeah, even it's just speaking to the professionals, I think, so the pop-up stands that you had with that, which they would have seen it online, would they?
I think you just can't beat coming here in person and being able to talk to loads of people that are here and ask all the questions that you need to ask. There's so many benefits to it. You meet lots of people and it's just a really lovely feeling of camaraderie and interactivity.
So coming here, I feel like I've kind of felt like that I'm not alone in the stuff that I'm going through at placement, and from what I've taken away from this is how to go about situations, how to make it better, and how to feel well supported as well. We had some top tips given, so going into placement, I definitely going to take them on board and try and make the most out of my learning experience.
For me, like the main reason I wanted to come was for that networking, for finding my people, the people that are interested in learning about the same things that I'm interested in, and taking those away and sharing them, and because we're on Midwifery Society at our university, and just kind of sharing those with our fellow colleagues and everything. So yeah,
I'm going to be looking back at the things that we've gone through, because there was a lot of content. But I think the joys of now that we can meet face to face, so that's why we really wanted to be here face to face. There is something about meeting other people. So yeah, next time sign up, definitely.
It's always a pleasure to be here, and I always try as hard as I can to support this excellent platform that's so flexible, that's responsive, that's contemporary, that's in people's homes, in people's pockets and in people's hands, wherever they happen to be.
What I would say to people in relation to going forward in midwifery or in nursing, it's all about communication. Collaboration, communication and negotiation.
The Maternity and Midwifery Forum brings you Matflix, video streaming from maternity experts. All your CPD and revalidation needs met in one place. Our expertly curated box sets are the perfect way to engage with the latest thinking, issue by issue. They make revalidation easy and are the perfect accompaniment to any project or university coursework. In addition to video from expert speakers across maternity and midwifery, there is easily accessible research and links to the latest government policy documents. Our reflective questions at the end are the perfect primer for your revalidation. In the same way the Maternity and Midwifery form provides certificates to show that you have attended these festivals, we can provide certificates for those who have consumed the content of a box set and submitted their written answers to the reflective questions provided by our curator, Dr. Jenny Hall. Midwives, maternity professionals and students, do not miss out. Subscribe to Matflix today.
Box sets are now available via Open Athens and other international federated access with library institutional subscription.
Check out the box sets at www.matflix.co.uk.
Are you a midwife, maternity worker, or having a baby? Then we've got something for you.
To stay informed, exchange ideas and receive support, come and join our growing online community at allformaternity.com.
All for Maternity is an online platform offering areas to support your learning, sharing and caring needs. In our learning zone, we provide dynamic and informative e-learn modules, access to regular webinars and online workshops that address current maternity care issues, perfect for your professional development.
Our sharing zone provides repositories of information, bringing you evidence to inform your everyday practice and care. Access to support in the form of blogs, forums, podcasts and peer mentoring networks will be included in our caring zone.
We have so much to offer. Subscribing to All for Maternity will give you access to the Practicing Midwife Journal free of charge.
As the first midwifery publishers of the Practicing Midwife, we are delighted to have an opportunity to sustain, curate and nurture this important midwifery journal.
For us, the Practicing Midwife represents you, students, midwives and maternity carers.
As mother and daughter midwives, we've always wanted the opportunity to work together. We share the same philosophy that mothers and babies need the best possible maternity care. All for Maternity helps us to realise this dream.
Through All for Maternity, we will offer opportunities and encouragement to others, providing a springboard for personal growth and positive exposure.
Extending our support globally is important to us. Your membership will support you whilst helping others. For every subscription from a high-income country, one will be gifted to a maternity carer in a low-income country. Joining All for Maternity will give you access to all this and more.
So if you're ready to learn, share and care with us,
we look forward to connecting with you at allformaternity.com.
Midwife working in 2030 is going to have to be adaptable, flexible, knowledgeable.
A lot more skills around kind of negotiating and advocacy for women.
It's multidisciplinary, it's working with students, doctors, partners.
In 2030, I hope very much that women, when they come into maternity services, receive a named midwife who is present for as much of that full journey as possible.
and action. Good morning to Cardiff, actually to the world, let's be big on this, and welcome to everyone. Croeso, my Welsh word. I haven't learned very much Welsh, I learned croeso this morning. And welcome to the Wales and South West 2023 Maternity and Midwifery Festival. It's lovely to see you here. Now, I know you're here and we're all beautifully put together. We've got everybody behind you online as well. So welcome to those people online who are joining us. And you must know, if this is your first festival, everything is recorded. I'm going to repeat this several times. Everything's recorded, so you miss nothing. You get a nice box set at the end of this, but you miss nothing because we record everything just for you to have a dipping in process for your CPD, but also for those people who are back at base working or who are unwell or who have got busy lives like all of us actually, they can join us online and dip in as well. So this is useful for you to know for the future because we're coming up in Edinburgh in November, in London in February. If you can't make it to the place, you can make it online. But it's lovely to see so many people here face to face because that's really lovely, and I know you'll get lots of chances to network and get to know each other and find out what's going on in different units. Always useful to find that out. So, see if this all works. That's my Croeso welcome. Tried to find some nice images which pulled together a bit of Wales, a bit of the southwest. I'm afraid I had to wheel in some scones for a Cornish cream tea or Devonish cream tea just to balance it out, because I know as a midwife I like cake, everyone likes cake and scones and everything, but welcome anyway. So as I was saying, here we are, welcome. We are truly global. We've got midwives, student midwives, aspiring student midwives, which is fantastic, and maternity care support workers. How many students do we have here, by the way? Well, that's a good little number. Midwives? Beautiful. About half and half at the moment. Fantastic. So welcome to you all. So we've got lots of people around the world. I know that. It doesn't feel like it, but they're out there. And we've also got a big group in Plymouth joining us, listening and a watching party. And again, for the future, that's quite a fun thing to do, to join the festival with a group of you, because that way you get a little bit of the face-to-face. But those of you here today, are you going to get the real face-to-face? So that's fantastic. Okay, so this festival is brought to you by Maternity and Midwifery Forum, and it's in partnership with All for Maternity, and you'll have met people out in the exhibition there. And we've got quite a lot going on. I think that'll all come, so big welcome. We've got posters, we've got a great exhibition, lots of exhibitors, and they are the people who make it possible to provide these festivals for free. So do go and find out what's happening. It's always good to get some more information, literature, and so there are some little goodies like pens. I've managed to get one already. For people back at base who couldn't make it today. So do go and have a chat to the exhibitors. And of course there is an exhibition competition, as always, with some good prizes. So you just need to get your little card. Now we used to set your multiple choice questions and quizzes to do, but now all you have to do is get this printed, the printouts on the little card, put it in at registration, and then just wait out for tea time to see if you are a lucky winner. There are some good prizes, so do have a look. You should have the competition in your competition card in your exhibition bag. If you haven't got the exhibition bag, they're on that big table in the exhibition hall, and do help yourself to that. Okay, that's for tea time. I've been too fast. Now, you notice I've got some knitting here. This is my own work. I haven't knitted for years and years and years, and then I met Amanda, who's in the exhibition hall, knitting blankets for Ukraine, and I thought, well, I ought to have a go at this. And I have to say, my first square was about that big, very wobbly and not very good, and I hadn't understood the pattern. So it's really it's really good to go and learn how to knit again if you've knitted in the past, and also it taught me something about getting the basics right and finding out the roadmap, if you like, of what you have to do. Because these ones, you start at the bottom. You don't do a little row, you start at the bottom, you get bigger, and then you get smaller. And it's really interesting. And it's very good because I think midwives have got this old history about sitting in the corner knitting. Now, mostly our lives are very busy about observing, listening, monitoring, but because we're mostly women, and men can do it too, but we multitask. You could sit in the corner knitting, but then you could just take this in for your coffee break, if you get a coffee break, and do that while you're there. So do go and check out with Amanda, because you might get hooked like I've been hooked. I'm now knitting bees. It's a long story. I'll go into that later. Okay, and then we've got pamper sessions in the exhibition hall, though Saltree can't make it today because of the dreaded COVID. So that's one thing we can't do, but there's plenty to do, there's plenty to find out in the hall, so do go there. And we've got a very packed programme. Oh, I've gone too fast. We've got a packed programme, and you just keep an eye on what's going on. And what I always say at this point, so forgive me if I'm boring, especially those people at home, if you end up in the wrong session, don't panic, because as I said, everything is recorded, and sometimes the session you end up in is it will be as interesting as the one you wanted to go to. Does that make sense? And sometimes you can meet different people, because sometimes what we do, getting on my little hobby horse here, is we go to the things we like, not necessarily the things that we need. And sometimes that can be quite interesting. So, but have your programs with you so you know what you're doing for the day. So, okay. And I want to say also a thank you to Amy and Angelo, who are at the back. They're very quiet and unassuming people there, but they are the people that make sure everything gets recorded and put into this box set accessible. And they also support the Maternity Midwifery Hour. So they are the king and queen of recording and editing and being producers. They're fantastic. So thank you in advance to Amy and Angelo at the back there. And also, I have to keep my notes here, I don't think we have a fire drill this morning. I'm going to make a thing about the security. Do be careful about your bags and security, especially phones. We almost always find a phone that's been left somewhere, so don't let it be yours. There is free Wi-Fi, and you are being filmed. I mean, not very directly, but you will be on a film. So if you don't want to be filmed, keep your head down. But I don't think midwives generally are very shy, so that's okay. And during any question times, if you can stand up, await your microphone, and say who you are and where you're from. It does mean that other people know who's asking the questions. It also means that Amy and Angelo can make sure that's recorded well, so people can hear what the question is, including the person who's trying to answer the question. So that's that. And if you're online, if you send your questions into the chat box, they'll come through to the chair. So that should be all right. Okay. Food and drink? Oh no, I'm on Twitter. This is the Twitter tag, Wales SWMMF 2023, or at Maternity Forum. Of course, it's the Twitter, this horrible cross thing, but those of you who Twitter will know the arguments around that. And I'm keeping the logo because I prefer it. Don't like the cross thing. Food and drinks available. There's lots of water at the back, nice and iced water, and tea and coffee and light snacks are available in the hall. And I'm going to do a quick, I'm doing that well. Doing a quick thank you to the exhibitors today who are in the exhibition hall, and reiterating, go and have a chat with them when you can. Usually it's a nice busy place. I can see a few bags and a few people who've come in having been there. So, and then our face-to-face and online, we've got most of the plenaries will be either in here, this is the main bit for the first section, and then when we break into the 3 streams, A will be in here, B and C will be downstairs on the second floor in the captain's lounge and in Fred Keenor room. And then you've got your festival bags, which are available at reception. You've got your programme, a few bits and pieces, and your exhibition card. Do go into it, because somebody's got to win. Dear, I feel like I'm chasing. Okay, and if you have questions, if you come up to the audience microphone, if you're online, I've done that bit, so I don't need to worry about that. Okay, so structure of the day, we've booked in plenty of breaks, because what we found is you need to be able to network. You need actually time to think sometimes about the presentations you've had. It leaves a lot in your brain. You want to be thinking and talking to your colleagues. So we've tried to structure that accordingly. But we do have some Meet the Expert sessions. They're usually about 15 to 20 minutes, and they're well worth going to, because you can get a lot of information and meet people face to face again, which is nice. But most important, it's networking, I think, today. And I just want to say thank you to our two concurrent chairs, Sean McLaughlin and Ellen Parker, who are looking after two of the sessions this afternoon. Now, if anybody else wants to be a chair, we have two sessions that could be chaired. If you want to sort of have a go, you're very welcome. Just come up to me later and we can do that. Okay. So now, I feel as though I'm really rushing this through, but it's just that we've got a lot to do. I don't want to cut any of our speakers short, because they're all fabulous. And we're going to start. Well, where are we starting? We are going to start with Dr. Amy Grant. We've got two Amys, two fantastic Amys here. Now, Amy is a senior lecturer, public health at University of Swansea. She's also a Wellcome Trust Career Development Fellow in the Centre for Lactation, Infant Feeding and Translational Studies. Her fellowship project, Autism from Menstruation to Menopause, that sounds really fascinating, that one, uses participatory research with the autistic community to better understand reproductive health. She describes herself as #actually autistic, disabled and a wheelchair user. She came from a working class background and worked as a carer and auxiliary nurse prior to undertaking her undergraduate degree as a mature student, and these experiences left her with a strong desire to promote social justice and to challenge inequality within her research and teaching. Accordingly, her aim is to improve the health of people in the perinatal period and autistic people. Now, all of these, our speakers' CVs are available online, so I've only given sort of edited highlights, and there's a lot more to Amy, as you'll find out in a moment. And her session is called Lessons from the Autistic Pregnancy, Birth and Beyond, Your Questions Answered project. So welcome, Amy. I'm going to move my bits. Oops. Beautiful. Pinch the clicker. The clicker. Amy, are you going to be all right with water? Yeah? I don't know if that's balanced enough. Yeah?
Okay, so thank you so much everybody for coming along today. Some of you may have been here last year where I gave some very early findings from this project of work. On the bottom of the slide you can see some of the organisations that have been involved, both as funders and partners, and they'll be noted on the bottom of each slide as we go through, because a lot of people have contributed to this work. Oops, too far. So before I get into the detail, I'll just give you a tiny bit of an overview. So I'll start with a little bit on the methods for our research, and then I'll break down our findings into 3 different areas. So first I'll talk about pregnancy loss, I'll then talk about autistic experiences of maternity care, and then the last bit is on breastfeeding, where we found some really interesting things. And then, because this research found a whole load of problems, the Autistic Pregnancy, Birth and Beyond Your Questions Answered project aimed to create a large suite of resources to answer some of the questions that autistic parents had. So I'll give you a little bit of an overview of that. I think we have 54 videos online today, so we're making our way up to our 100. And then I'll tell you a little bit about the next project that I started last November. So just for the people that are particularly interested in research methods, we started off this programme of work doing a systematic review, and that's basically finding all of the literature in the world about autistic experiences of infant feeding. And we really didn't find very much. We found 8 peer-reviewed articles, so it hadn't been thought about very much before. So to build on this, we did a large online survey. So the questions that we asked took people about an hour to answer, and I think it shows just how important this area was to our participants, that we had almost 200 people complete the form. So we know that in Wales, it's around 0.8%, so just under 1 in 100 births are to somebody with a diagnosis of autism in their health or education data. So, you know, there aren't masses of people, but for those who are autistic, it does have quite a large impact. And so we had 165 people who'd given birth, so we had quite a lot of people that only answered about pregnancy loss. And our sample were really privileged. So most people could speak. So that was about 90% primarily spoke. Most people were white. Lots of people had at least a degree. So it was over 60% had an undergraduate degree at least. So that there might be more difficulties in people who don't have so much privilege. So thinking first of all then about pregnancy loss, so 67 people answered these questions, and the data was really harrowing, as I think you'd probably expect. Most people didn't seek care, or if they did, they didn't seek care for every pregnancy loss that they had. And some of that was because they anticipated that staff wouldn't understand autistic communication, which tends to be perhaps more direct, more blunt, less laden with emotions. So one participant said, "I feel as though I would be judged for having a less emotional approach to things than other people." And you know, these things could leave people at home, and one participant had some care in the early pregnancy unit and was told to come back if she was still bleeding after a week. She bled for 6 months and didn't go back. And, you know, the chances of that having a really serious impact on their health is high. So when people talked about the care that they had received, and these were mostly early pregnancy losses, so not always in a maternity unit, it mostly wasn't meeting autistic needs. So in terms of communication, we had a lot of misunderstandings and tensions, and one of the major things here was that autistic pain presentations weren't understood. So, I mean, I could be in an awful lot of pain and have a pretty straight face. If you took my blood pressure, you might see something. But if you're just looking at an autistic person, the way they appear might be different in pain to a neurotypical person. We had one participant say, "I felt belittled and ridiculed for being in pain." So those verbal expressions of being in pain, "Can I have some pain relief?" being knocked back. And then the person goes on to say, "The miscarriage I had afterwards, I had at home. I will never involve the hospital unless it's an emergency." And so these kind of negative experiences, and they didn't always have to come from a maternity setting. If someone had had an awful experience in A&E previously, they might not want to go in. The support that people had was generally not meeting their needs. So we're thinking about being in a room that's really loud, you know, multiple patients in the room, sometimes people who aren't losing their pregnancy in the same room, and often nurses primarily being too busy to answer questions. So there was a lot of guilt and concern that perhaps something they'd done. We had one participant who talked about going into hospital, coming back out for watchful waiting, going back in 3 weeks, still believing she may have a viable pregnancy, and literally being laughed at by the 3 members of staff in the room when they told her that it wasn't viable because it had been so clear to them previously, but that hadn't been translated. Something else that came out in our research was that the hospital environment was just really difficult. So I've alluded to that already, but somebody described it as sensory hell. And of course, we've got then the knock-ons from being in pain, struggling to communicate with your health professional, then having the bright lights, the noise, other people with their pregnancies around you. And that was really overwhelming for 9 people who sought care in hospital. And 6 of those talked about either having a shutdown or a meltdown. So when you're autistic, you can think about it as though people have a bucket. And at the beginning of the day, your bucket might be empty. It might start with some stuff in it if you've had a bad night's sleep or a particularly bad day the day before. And each of these things will add another thing into the bucket. And when the bucket is full, nothing can help at that point. You will either melt down, which is a big explosion of energy, pacing, shouting, maybe like fight or flight, just trying to get away. If anyone's trying to stop you, you've just got to go. Or you can shut down. And that is really retreating in, maybe closing your eyes, losing your ability to speak. At the most serious, people lose their ability to move. And these things happen to me, they happen to everybody who's autistic. So just because someone can sit there and tell you exactly what's going on, it doesn't mean that they won't still have these kinds of difficulties. Out of our 67 people, we did have 4 people who had some good elements of their care, but they tended to be like 1 or 2 small good things in amongst a sea of things that weren't so good. So these were particularly bad. When we move on to maternity care, things were a little bit better here. And I think perhaps that's because we didn't have so many emergency situations. We did have a lot of people talking about negative experiences though. And something that we asked people was, did you share your diagnosis to your health professionals during your maternity care? And actually, we had a good chunk that didn't know that they were pregnant. That they were autistic. They did know they were pregnant. And so they then didn't have the opportunity to have a label to give with the anxiety and the overwhelming feelings that they were having. But other people had real concerns. So the first quote on the slide says, "I felt less safe disclosing my autism at my second birth, mainly because I knew there would be so many different people involved and some of them could judge me unfit to parent." And we know from the literature that actually autistic parents get more involuntary social services interaction, and that's often not something that's providing them with any help. And they should be given support from adult social services team for their needs to support them to parent. It shouldn't be coming from children's social services with a child protection lens unless there are actually serious concerns. So this kind of fear is really deeply rooted. In terms of some of the negative experiences that people had, we had, I think, 29 of our 165 births talked about consent not always being sought. And sometimes that was literally someone stuck their finger in my vagina and I was not expecting that to happen at that point. Someone did a sweep while they were in there. I was given medication I actively said I didn't want. So they could be really quite serious things. And one person had some medication given while they were in active labour that then sent them into an autistic meltdown in the middle of labour. And that's actually then really serious because that person is then no longer in control of their body. They're just having to ride out the meltdown while they're trying to give birth. Pain was often misunderstood. So we had a lot of people telling us, I think there were either 9 or 11, I've just been going back through this data this week, being told that they couldn't be in established labour when actually they were fully dilated and ready to push. So that's happening for over 5% of people in my sample. Other people were being denied pain relief because it didn't look like they were in pain. Somebody was shouted at by a doctor while they were doing an epidural and it was really painful. So, you know, we've got these sorts of difficulties there. And I think this comes from the root cause is that there's a lack of understanding of autism in maternity services. And I think, you know, a large part of that is there aren't enough midwives, there isn't enough training, there isn't enough time for people to read up on this sort of stuff. So it's absolutely systemic and it's not the individual midwife's fault. But that does then mean that we have unmanaged pain and communication that doesn't work very well. The third quote down on the slide says that the midwives on the antenatal ward, all except one, treated me with disdain and distance when I desperately needed reassurance and kindness. My attempts to communicate my distress were met with midwives and other staff walking away from me. So just because an autistic person has a very neutral looking face, they can be in a lot of distress. And if their voice is raised, that can be a sign of distress rather than aggression. And, you know, we had a lot of people saying that when things needed to change during birth, that wasn't explained to them. So perhaps in the early stages of labour, when you're supporting someone, if you could talk through possible options and who might be involved, that could give people some foresight if anything then does need to change. And we had 4 people who said they had pretty much entirely positive experiences, so much better than with pregnancy loss, and that was often linked to continuity of carer. So if there is any opportunity for continuity of carer, it makes a big difference for autistic people. Moving on then to think about feeding babies. So I'm only going to talk about breastfeeding today, but I talked a bit about formula feeding last year, which is online on the Maternity and Midwifery Forum. So 87% of our parents said that they were really motivated to breastfeed, and almost half said that it was positive or enjoyable in some way, always or most of the time. So even though there will be lots and lots of challenges, it's important not to forget that it can be positive. And actually my participants were quite black and white. It was like I was only exclusively breastfeeding or I was only exclusively formula feeding. And any formula feeding could be quite hard to manage from the point of view of, you know, feeling that they hadn't achieved their goal. Breastfeeding could be something that provided sensory joy. So we often hear about sensory in autistic people as something negative, but it could actually be really positive. And I mean, looking at a really lovely tree, squishing a squishmallow, things like that make me really genuinely happy, probably in the way that some of you might feel if you see a friend you haven't seen for a long time, you bump into them on the street and it's that, oh, how lovely. So we can get that from breastfeeding as well. And thinking about that bucket, that when it's full and it gets to the top, you melt down or shut down, we can do things to take stuff out of the bucket. So it's often referred to as stimming, and that's a shorthand for self-stimulatory behaviour, which sounds a little bit too much like masturbation for my preferences, but basically it's anything that feels nice. So if I was wearing a skirt that felt nice, I might sit and rub my leg, and that could be something that would take things out of my bucket a little bit. And breastfeeding could do that. That knowledge that you're keeping your baby alive just from your body, and that being there in that little bubble with your baby could feel really, really positive. But our autistic parents did have challenges with breastfeeding as well. So sensory was a really big one. Wetness from breastfeeding was difficult. People could find nipple pads quite uncomfortable, so they might need to try 3 or 4 different kinds before finding one that was okay. Also, that feeling of suckling from the baby or the milk letdown reflex could feel really, really odd and uncomfortable. And I talked more about this last year. And then needing to meet a demand-fed baby's needs for food regularly, especially if you are the breastfeeding parent, could be really, really challenging. So when that bucket's getting full, our autistic people know the things to do to take something out of it. It might be going for a walk, going for a run, watching a favourite TV show, dancing in the kitchen, whatever works. But when you've got a tiny baby whose needs need to come first, then that made it more challenging. So we knew that we needed to do something, and we knew autistic people had a lot of questions about all aspects of maternity care. So we started the Autistic Pregnancy, Birth and Beyond Your Questions Answered project. And this is just a slide from our YouTube channel. And I think, yes, we have 54 videos up there today, but there will be about 100, and we will have the Welsh translations going up before they formally launch in November. Oops. So this project involved large numbers of organisations. So we had Autistic Parents UK, Autistic UK, the Maternity and Autism Research Group. We have a website for Marge, which is, I think it's maternityautismresearch.com, but if you type in Marge Autism, it's the first thing that comes up on Google. The Yellow Bird is Autistic Doctors International, and we were funded by Swansea University. And so this project was entirely autistic-led and produced. We have 100 videos, and when they are all up on YouTube, they will be divided into playlists. So we'll have a set of pregnancy playlists, so autistic experiences, general information, what happens at antenatal appointments, any complications, and pregnancy loss. And again, when it comes to birth, we've got a list of playlists there. And that last bit on the slide should say postnatal rather than antenatal. And we've got a large amount of information there. And that includes stuff from social work as well. So thinking about what might happen if you have to have an assessment and your rights over your child once that child has been born. And all of that is available on the Autism Menstruation to Menopause YouTube channel. And there will be more there soon. So thinking then about where I'm heading next. So I wanted to do a big project on autistic maternity, and I asked the autistic community, and they said no. They're like, what about endometriosis? What about periods? No one cares about menopause. So I took a gamble, and I did what they wanted, and I got £2.5 million worth of funding. So that's very good. Thank you. And so I lead this project with 4 autistic researchers working for me, and we have a community council of 12 autistic lay people. So we have some people with learning disabilities, we've got 3 teenagers, we've got people from a range of ethnicities. And what we're trying to do there is trying to work out what are the issues that are impacting autistic people with wombs or who previously had a womb throughout their lives. So currently we are doing systematic reviews, so reviewing the existing evidence of autistic experiences of periods, puberty, which we're including boys there as well, and menopause. We're also evaluating how I share power with the community council to try to help other people doing research when, they want to get their service users more actively involved. And starting in January, I will be interviewing 100 autistic people, hopefully 10 times each over 5 years. So we'll be capturing a lot of maternity journeys in that. So I'm hoping to come back and tell you more about that in a few years' time when we have some results. So to finish off, I've just put my contact details on here. If anybody's interested in doing anything to improve support for autistic people in their areas, do get in touch. And yeah, do check out our YouTube channel. So that is Autism Menstruation to Menopause. Thank you very much, everybody.
Right. Well, we have a chance for questions afterwards. Just watch Angelo moving forward to restoring things. So if you have a question for Amy, if you can hang on to it and jot it down, would that be okay?
Oh, I'm presenting some training that I need to be at 11:30 on the other side of Cardiff.
Okay.
Could we do them now? Is that okay?
Could. If
Sorry.
that's okay with Jenny? Yep. Yeah. So any questions? Because that's a huge amount of work. And I can imagine these videos. Well, you say you've got 54 up there now.
54 are online, and we've had over 100 recorded.
Wow.
And we will have Welsh translations of all of them as well.
And they sound really a fantastic resource, actually.
Hello, I'm Jo Daggerston from Ames. Amy, that was wonderful. What a fantastic way to start the day. I'm sure lots of people have told you that already, so I don't need to repeat it. But what an amazing piece of work that drills down into a community that we for too long ignored in terms of maternity service action. What a fantastic set of resources that you've created, and what fantastic attention to public involvement and engagement you show as a researcher. Sue, thank you for putting Amy on the stage this morning. I think the future's bright when we've got researchers like Amy looking after us. Thank you.
Thanks,
no
Jo.
question. Sorry.
And to Jo and to anybody else, if you would like a blog for your website to publicise our resources, just send me an email. We literally want as many people to see them as possible.
That's a fantastic offer, actually. Fantastic.
I've done one actually for you as well, Sue, that I think went up yesterday.
Jenny Hall, hello. Again, I'd want to say fantastic, but I do have a question about, you talked about the needs of women who come into our maternity services where there is overstimulation in the environment. Have you got any tips for people who work within those areas about how that can be improved, not just for autistic people, but for everybody who comes in? Yeah.
Absolutely. So one of the researchers who's working for me now, Dr. Gemma Williams, did a big piece of research previously that's been published as a report called More Than Words. And so if you just search More Than Words, NDTI, that will come up online. And they have 10 key recommendations for improving the accessibility of healthcare. And so some of those are things like anticipate that not everybody who is autistic will have a diagnosis. So we think about 3% of people are probably autistic, possibly even more. So yeah, and the More Than Words report has a lot of content in there. Something that's been produced by some doctors, so Mary Doherty, who's based over in Dublin, is the lead for Autistic Doctors International, and they've developed a framework called SPACE. I think if you search autism space, that will then come up online, and that's thinking about, it's a very neat framework with 5 things. I can't remember what the SPACE are at the moment, and how to use it in different domains. But those are 2 really nice pieces of work that are quite simple, but could be really effective.
Any other questions? Well, I think that issue about people not knowing, because I'm aware that autism can be a spectrum, so you may well have people, because you often meet someone and say, oh, I think they're on the spectrum, when they're not communicating in the same way. And I think that's a really good point about, we don't know when we meet women who are coming in, and families actually, the partners, whether they are formally, they know they're autistic, or whether they may be autistic but not know it, and we don't know it.
And that's a really interesting point, actually, because the idea of a spectrum is now something that's refuted, because that can imply that you're from not autistic at all to very autistic. And actually, all autistic people kind of have the same challenges, and it's really much more focusing about the environment these days. So Luke Bearden, who is based at Sheffield Hallam, has what he calls his golden equation, which is autism plus environment equals outcome. And it's thinking about how we can change that environment to reduce the ways that to change the ways that autistic people are behaving. And you know, from my previous life, I was a carer for an autistic young man who'd previously been held in a secure hospital, 9 staff to 1, and he came to us and he was at least 4 staff to 1 or 5 to go out. And we just met his needs and spent lots of time sitting chilling with just one person hanging out with him, and he was absolutely fine. And you get these sorts of people that get a reputation that they're like the bad kind of autistic or the violent. And actually it's because people aren't communicating with them, or they aren't listening or responding to the communication that's coming back. So yeah, I think a lot's moved on in autism studies in a short time.
I think so. I mean, it's making me think, so I know there's this whole push to have a perinatal mental health person in every school. And you start thinking, actually, having an autistic expert in the maternity unit might be useful. Maybe useful to understanding more about people with different needs.
Yeah, and there are now some...
And it improves everyone's needs, actually, doesn't it?
It really does. And there are now some autism specialist midwives popping up in different areas of the UK. So if anybody wants to speak to one, drop me an email and I can put you in touch. So yeah, there's lots of good work going on. I think it's just kind of bringing it all together to share learning.
Fabulous. I think Amy is the expert, and follow her contact details, because I think you're a source of such fantastic knowledge and links and blogs. So thank you so much, because I know you're really busy today. But thank you for coming to share the project. I'm sure you'll come next year for the next instalment.
I'm sure I will.
That'd be fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Sue.
I think everything's going to be clicker to there. Wonderful. Yeah, that's all right. Did you want to take with you? You're going to...
Oh, that's fine.
No, there's going to be a bit of a... Oh. Fabulous, thank you. Gosh, that was almost seamless, wasn't it?
1 minute.
Now, is Amy happy? Okay, all right. Fantastic, what a fantastic start to the day. And I must remember not to take the clicker. This is the thing of power, this clicker. And I'll get in trouble with Jenny otherwise. So I'm delighted our next speaker, who's going to talk about retaining students, give them some love, which sounds quite sensible, really. Dr. Jenny Hall, I'm sure, is known by most people here. And I've got a little CV, which I love. She's been creatively educating for nursing and midwifery for all of her career in practice, publication, and in higher education. And she's, at the moment, she's looking after Matflix, and she's done a huge amount on reflective practice. Her passion is to view women's needs holistically, including recognising spirituality. So she's got a little publication on that in the past. Previously editor for The Practicing Midwife, she's published widely. And lots of her recent research topics include spirituality, promoting dignity and respect in education, and the human rights experience of disabled women. And she's also a fellow of the Royal College of Midwives and senior fellow of the Higher Education Academy. And I just want to say welcome. Again, her CV is online, and there's more to say, but I only don't want to take too much time from Jenny. So welcome, Jenny. Hello.
As if I can actually work out how to use it. Anyway, how do you follow Amy? I mean, really, it was just wonderful, isn't it? Okay, well, first of all, thank you, Sue, for that lovely welcome. And it's so great to be back in Cardiff again, and so great to have some rain, because we haven't had some time, haven't we? And also diolch to everyone for being here. Is that the right thing to say? Right. Okay. That's the only bit of Welsh that I can do, and I'm so sorry. But anyway, could I just ask how many students that we have in the room who are just qualified? How many do we have here? So it's about a good third, almost a half. And also I do know that there are groups of students who are together at the moment watching online. So hello to you as well. But I want to say you're brilliant, and that you're brilliant for being here, but also for what you're doing at the moment, and for putting up with things out there at the moment. Because I know there's an awful lot of pressure that is taking place, especially from the media, of what's going on in midwifery. And the fact that so many students as well, not only have got on the course, but it's actually taken some time and effort to even get on the course in the first place, of the different people who've actually gone through different hoops in order to get to the fact they want to be midwives. And you're amazing. And I want you to believe that you are amazing, that you are doing that. And I want to thank you, and I want to say, please keep going. And I hope you'll be inspired by today as well. Because you are the midwives of now, as well as the midwives of the future. And we need you, not just here, but globally. There are so many issues going on. And maybe in 40 years, because that's how long I've been doing this kind of stuff, that you'll be standing up here, or hopefully before then. If anyone wants to do it next year, please come and join us. Or maybe somebody in the room could be the future Chief Midwifery Officer of Wales, or the South of the UK, or even globally, because now that we've got Jackie Dunkley-Bant, who's gone on to be the Global Chief Midwifery Officer. And isn't that something to aspire to? But I also want to speak to everyone else. Anybody else in the room who's actually been a student? Just put your hands up. It should be everybody. All of us have been students at some time. I've certainly been a student. Oh, that's not me, by the way. That's about the 1940s, I think that was taking place. That's how it used to be in education. But I was a student nurse, student midwife, advanced diploma, master's student, teaching course, doctorate, lifelong learning. That's what it's all about in midwifery as well. Don't just think that you are, as a student midwife at the moment, that you're never going to do a course again, because it will keep going in different ways. But for the rest of you, I just want you to think about what it was like for you back in your student days. Can you remember those feelings of running to the office? Now that's for those who are really old like me, because it was pre-computers, where you had to run to a notice board to actually go and see where you were going to be on duty next, to see where you'd been allocated. And that sort of feeling of excitement, oh great, I'm going to be going out into community. Oh no, I'm going to be going on delivery suite at the moment. But then it's also the next bit of actually, okay, which mentor have I been allocated to? Or which sister's going to be in charge of that particular area that I'm going to be? Either you were really elated that it was going to be Sister Jones, or probably shouldn't have used that term in Wales, because anyway, but somebody who was really positive and supportive, and it was really give you a feeling of, great, I'm going to learn something in this place. Or was it going to be Sister Brown, who was intimidating, who barked at you when you walk on the area where she's working, the atmosphere kind of makes you feel low immediately. Has anybody had that kind of feeling? I certainly have. And it made you feel unwanted. And yes, I ended up working with some of these people as well. And I've written about a few of them. But are you the one who welcomes students into your area? Are you the one who welcomes the fact that I have got a student with me today so that I can share my knowledge? I hope you are. And if you're feeling that actually perhaps I'm the one that the students are talking about and saying you don't want to be working with her, then perhaps you need to go back and reflect on that and think about it. But okay, this was years ago. But what about now? Well, I was at one of the conferences before the summer, and a group of students came up and said that they were thinking about leaving because of the way that they had been treated in practice. And I thought, well, that's interesting. Then I've been hearing from other people that this was the sort of message that was coming across. And the attrition rate for students is pretty high at the moment. So I thought I'd send out a little survey over the summer. A little tip for researchers. Don't send out a survey to students over the summer. Or to educators, by that way as well. Because suddenly things shut down a bit. But anyway, I have had some really interesting responses, which is the basis of this talk today. So it was 18 people who actually responded across UK and Ireland, and 2 of them were not current. They had left within sort of 2 years ago. So I haven't put all the answers on here for them. And as you can see, most of them for third year. Well, it might just be that it's the third years who follow me on social media. And some of the first years and second years haven't done it. Or it might just be that the third years were ready to let rip at that point in time. So I asked them initially, could you write a little story about the time when you felt valued as a student midwife? And these are the different themes that came up. Making a difference to women and babies respected by midwives and being used to help. So take a deep breath when you see some of these actual things that they're saying. So the most valued that I felt was when caring for families, when they're visibly grateful for your care, that somebody's appreciating them. It makes them feel good. In the second year, I was looking after a lady with a very detailed low-risk birth plan, which unfortunately couldn't be met because of complications. Afterwards, she said to me, I didn't want any interventions because I thought I would be traumatized. But because of you, I didn't find it traumatic because you kept me so calm and cared for me so well. That's wonderful, isn't it? That she actually made a difference to that family. And then this other one, somebody who was supported somebody who was having a termination of pregnancy at 18 weeks for Patau syndrome, which is a genetic condition. And she told me I'd made a horrendous situation better than it had any right to be. Just love that this student had made such a difference. And then being respected by the people that you're working with. There have been shifts when the midwife has turned to me and said, I couldn't have got through today without you. And I have heard that a few times from students in different situations. And when you're trusted by your mentor, because you now have, I understand the situation is that we used to be allocated to a mentor for a whole period of time, but now students are going from supervisor to supervisor to supervisor. And it doesn't make it very easy for students, and I'm not sure it's making it very easy for mentors either. A few shaking of heads there. But this issue about being trusted and needing to build up that relationship very quickly with the midwife that you're working with on that shift is important. And this next one as well about working on the postnatal ward, incredibly busy and stressful. And that the supervisor sort of said to her, yeah, you know, you've made a difference in the care provided and you're going to make an excellent midwife. It's giving positive feedback, isn't it? And being grateful for the work that the students are doing. This one is a little bit more controversial and being used to help. During a shift where I ran a clinic because short staffing meant no one else was able to. When wards and placement areas were used as staff members to help keep things running. This is a sign of the times, and it's very worrying, because students are meant to be supernumerary. Okay, shaking of heads there as well. We'll talk about that perhaps at the end. But this is wrong. No student, however far they are on in their program, should be left on their own to run a clinic without a qualified person available to support. I understand third years can have that experience with somebody who's in the background, but it should not be happening, even if it did make them feel positive. But it is controversial. So going on to the next bit, that can you write a short story about when you didn't feel valued? Well, here we go. As a student midwife. So negative attitude, rudeness, being ignored, undermined and being used. So negative attitudes seem to be quite paramount. When I was allocated with a midwife at the start of a placement and she rolled her eyes and said, "Really? Another one?" Hope you've not done that. In the first year, on one of my first shifts on labour ward, a midwife who spent most of the shift telling me she didn't want a student was so rude to me that a woman in advanced labour paused in between contractions to ask me if I was okay, because she was so alarmed at the way the midwife spoke to me. That's horrendous, isn't it? Horrendous to see that and to hear that. It's no wonder that first-year students are leaving. They're getting that kind of experience. But how horrendous also for the woman who was going through labour at that time, was busy caring about somebody else and not herself. And when I was given a band 7 to work with on my off duty, and turning up, she was going to be with her for the day. I don't work with students. You'll have to find someone else. I'm sorry, please go and have a look at your contracts. Anybody from band 6 upwards, you're meant to have students. Okay, go and have a look at it, I think. If not, it should be there. But band 7s, you know, how are we going to have the best band 7s in the future if you are not going to teach the students how to be a band 7? Rudeness and being ignored. I mean, you could talk about all the rest of it was being rude as well, but you know, students turning up and just standing there in the corner because they're being ignored. Nobody's talking to them. No one's welcoming them into the area. When staff are so hurried and don't take the time to teach. And it's because they feel, then students feel that they don't feel valued and they don't feel that you want to invest in them for the future. We've got to invest in students. If we don't invest in students, we won't have midwifery left. And this phrase of being referred to as the student, this has been going on all my career. The student. They have names. We have names. Everybody has names. We need relationship with everybody. But it's also this issue about not just the student will go off and do the bed bath, rather than asking what the student needs herself for that day and what she can contribute to. Being undermined and being used. Physically moved out of the way by a senior staff member when trying to raise a concern. And this issue about you're meant to be in a particular area in order to get your numbers for various things. So for this student, she was there in clinical recovery to increase the number of births that she was meant to be doing. And you were asked by a midwife on a different ward to help with an admission. And then you turn up to do that and you find that there's somebody else who's actually there with the woman, but who's on her phone playing games at the desk. Or on the day assessment unit at the end of the third year, a midwife who was offering to teach me how to write in the notes and repeating the blood pressure with no explanation. Now, okay, if you feel that you do need to check students for some reason, then explain why. Don't just take over and say, no, I'm just going to check again because I don't believe you. Have a conversation about it as to why you think that needs to be done. But because it's so undermining. It's undermining for anybody. So another question I asked, are there any tips that you would like offer midwives who support students in practice-based sessions? Let's listen to these students. And about being an educational setting, taking time to get to know the student need and valuing students as part of the team. So remember that this placement is an educational setting. Give more positive feedback and to make placement feel like it's somewhere that you're meant to be learning, rather than an extra pair of hands. How many times are we thinking of that with students? Oh, great, we've got a student today because we need the staff. You know, we've got to think differently in relation to that. And being able to understand actually that students are human beings that have lives and are trying to juggle so much. I do know that students are having to do other jobs as well as midwifery in order to pay their way at the moment. You know, it's really, really hard for students, and we need to understand that better and the pressures that they are facing, but also that they've got the pressure to achieve these proficiencies. And because they're being used by staff and being sent off to do baby checks and observations, etc., when actually that probably isn't their learning needs on that particular day. But I think it's important, this quote, because they then talk about the fact of that you qualify with little exposure to certain things that you're expected to do on your first shift as a newly qualified midwife. If they're not getting that exposure in the third year, second year, preparing them to be midwives, it's not surprising, is it, that newly qualified midwives are also leaving? Because they feel scared. They're not ready. They're not fit for practice. They're not ready to actually step into those roles if we have not prepared them for it. And again, for both of these quotes, it's about understanding the documentation. If you're not going to attend the training sessions, how are you supposed to actually support the students better? It's your responsibility, if you're going to have students, to attend the training that local trusts, the universities are putting on to prepare you to have students. So if you don't understand Mora or the pebble pad or whatever it is that each student is using, then actively make yourself go and find out about it. Because there's a thing about consistent messages there, and it isn't the student's fault if the documentation isn't right. And if you think the documentation isn't right, then go and talk to the universities, to the lecturers who are attached to your unit, and talk about it and say, what can we do to make things better? Get involved in education. The other things they were talking about was take time to get to know the students and what their needs are. Call out their strengths, noticing what they do well. Be specific about what they're doing well. Give them pointers to improve in a manner that makes them feel appreciated. They need to know that you're rooting for them. Take time to get to know your student and their learning needs. Give regular verbal feedback that includes positives and feed forward. Ask them what the learning outcomes are for that shift. Support and protect them when other staff, like the situation that there was earlier, came to try and take the student away to somewhere else. But protect that particular student and say, no, she needs to stay here because she needs to get her birth numbers or she's not going to qualify. So it's actually about liaison as well with other staff and other members of the team so that you know what is right for that particular student on the shift. And the other thing that they said was about valuing the students as part of the team. Be kind. If you don't like working with students, ask yourself why. What is it about working with students that you don't like? Chances are the problem is yours, not the students. So think about that and speak to someone about it. If you accept students as part of your job, which you should and you must, you might actually start to enjoy having them. This comes from a student, is saying this. And this last one, we work for free and yet are contributing valuable work. Treat us as team. Let us in the coffee rooms. This broke my heart. I'm sure not in your areas this is happening. But this was what it was like for me 40 years ago, of students actually being a hierarchical system where students were not welcome and pushed out to go to have coffee somewhere separate, actually usually off the ward. And in some ways, I'd like to bring that back for everybody, that you get a break. But that's a completely separate story. But not to be welcomed into a coffee room. I mean, how are students being supported in those environments if they are not part of the team? What can you do about it? Go back and do that. So the key point is that I'm going to say, and I hope that you've picked up a few things for yourself here, but remember what it was like for yourselves to be students. Just remember that and then think, actually, I want it to be better for them now, rather than actually I suffered, so you're going to suffer as well. Because I've heard that being said. And the key message as well, oh, sorry. Help. Oh. Something happened there. Ah, here it comes. Be kind. No student, nobody should be saying to somebody, be kind. We should all be kind. We should be kind to the students. We should be kind to our colleagues. We should be being kind to the doctors, the other members of the team. We should be kind to ourselves. Why are we not being kind? What's going on there? And also to appreciate people, appreciate each other, appreciate the students, appreciate the people that you are working with every day. Why are we not doing that? And I hope this is making you go, oh, that's not me. Yeah, I don't feel like that. But please reflect on it and think about, actually what are we doing in practice to make people feel welcome and safe in our areas? And if you are reflecting on that, please go back and talk to your teams. Because usually the people who turn up at conferences are usually the ones who don't necessarily need to hear some of these things. But it might be that actually within the environment that you're working, that there might need to be some changes and some improvement there. And I also want to remind you that midwifery education is not just the university. You are responsible as well for 50% of the course. That is a teamwork. It's meant to be between the university and the placement areas for these students. So there needs to be that teamwork that's developing and has developed over the years in many places, but it needs to be improved now. We need to get it better again. And these students have these little flames when they first start. And we want to actually make that passion grow. We don't want to put it out at the first hurdle. So I do hope that this has made you think, and I'm sure there might be a few questions from this. So thank you very much for listening.
I think there is a problem with time. So if anyone has a question, that would be great. But I was thinking as you were talking, Jenny always gets me thinking, and I'm reminiscing now and remembering those times when you had the sister that you were frightened to death of, and you know, being sent on strange tasks, which they all thought was very funny as little jokes. I can remember that. But I'm thinking that this would be a really good session, and we always, you know, you get your box set, you can share, and it would make a really, if you think there's a problem in your unit, and you probably isn't, but there are units where there is an issue, maybe this is one of the sessions you could play and have a discussion over coffee in the coffee room with the students. Because that, like Jenny, that broke my heart to hear those words, because it sums it up, doesn't it? That they're not really part of us, and that's not right.
Yeah.
So thank you, Jenny. But I don't know if anyone has a question for Jenny, because if you're too shy, there's always coffee time now.
Do any of the students who are in the room, have you identified with any of these stories? I mean, in Wales, it might be absolutely perfect, so, you know, but you're scared to say.
So I think,
but there was a fair amount of nodding that was going on from people, and, you know, thinking, oh, yeah, I know who that is.
Yeah.
Or that's, you know, that's happened to me, but...
It's not a question, but I couldn't let the silence go.
Sorry.
So I'm a perinatal mental health specialist midwife, and students are always really surprised. They always come to me and say, do you take students? You know, they're all really shocked that a Band 7 would say, yeah, I offer shadow days. You can come and look at what we do, meet the people I work with. So they're always really surprised, actually, that they can step in to witness some of the work that I do within my role. But one of the things they always talk about, we talk about culture change and compassion fatigue, and the dropout in our workforce that we're seeing. And a student midwife only said to me the other day, I can't make any change, I'm just a student. You know, and it's finding your tribe. So those conversations are so important to say, you can make that change through every contact that you got. So thank you for everything that you're doing.
I think thank you for saying that. And one thing I didn't mention was also about the experience that students can have with continuity of care. And fantastic that you're now going to get that experience everywhere. I know it has been in some places for many years. But the fact that you can build up a relationship with the family that you're working with, you saw some of the quotes there of actually the difference that the women are experiencing of having students with them constantly, and also to be able to stay with somebody through labour when sometimes midwives are having to run between different rooms. You know that actually students, yes, you can make a difference. Things like MIDAS, which is the organ and the Association of Radical Midwives, that was started by students. You know, that you can rise up and make a difference now because we need you. We need you to do it. Sue and I are getting a bit sort of, you know. No, I'm not, because it's the best profession in the world. It really is, and we've got to reclaim it and get it back. And if I can inspire you students to actually say, yeah, we can do this, then please just do it. And you've got such amazing resources, such as with All for Maternity and the Student Midwife Journal, which we never had in those days. You know, we never had all that stuff. So please take it and run with it. So.
Fantastic midwives. But
And
I
fantastic
have
midwives.
it's not a question, it's a comment from Sarah Whiston, who's online. Hi, Sarah. I feel like I'm on maternity hour suddenly then. And she says, I met some incredible mentors during my training and also some who knocked my confidence and made me feel worthless, including some uni lecturers. Eek! We haven't even gone into that one. I'm 6 years qualified. Good on you. And the negative impact from these people still stay with me daily. Great pep talk, Jenny. More kindness, much more kindness is needed. So thank you very much, Sarah, for sending that in.
Yeah,
That's fantastic.
thank you. And yes, there were a couple of questions. There was a question around university education. I didn't have time to include that in there, but yes, there were some messages for university staff as well. So we've got to get this better. Okay.
Thank you so
All right,
much,
thank you.
Jenny.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Okay, it is now networking and coffee break and Meet the Expert talk. We've got Meet the Expert talk is patient safety initiatives, and that's in the Captain's Lounge downstairs with Kate Easy, and we'll be back at 11:25 with the lovely Billy Hunter, who's there. Enjoy the break. Hiya.
For myself, I think it was really good to speak to some people that obviously we usually wouldn't meet in normal circumstances, especially being up north. We're not quite central. So it was nice to kind of get our opinions and our views across and to feel like they've been heard.
You finished just speaking to the professionals at the end, so the pop-up sermons that you had were fab, which they would have seen online, would they?
I think you just can't beat coming here in person and being able to talk to loads of people that are here and ask all the questions that you need to ask. There's so many benefits to it. You meet lots of people and it's just a really lovely feeling of camaraderie and interactivity.
So coming here, I feel like I've kind of felt like that I'm not alone in stuff that I'm going through at placement, and from what I've taken away from this is how to go about situations, how to make it better, and how to feel well supported as well. We had some top tips given, so going into placement, I just think I take them on board and try and make the most out of my learning experience.
For me, like the main reason I wanted to come was for that networking, for finding my people, the people that are interested in learning about the same things that I'm interested in, and taking those away and sharing them, and because we're on Midwifery Society at our university, and just kind of sharing those with our fellow colleagues and everything. So yeah,
I'm going to be looking back at the things that we've gone through, because there was a lot of content. But I think the joys of now that we can meet face to face, so that's why we really wanted to be here face to face. There is something about meeting other people. So yeah, next time sign up, definitely.
It's always a pleasure to be here, and I always try as hard as I can to support this excellent platform that's so flexible, that's responsive, that's contemporary, that's in people's homes, in people's pockets and in people's hands, wherever they happen to be.
What I would say to people in relation to going forward in midwifery or in nursing, it's all about communication. Collaboration, communication and negotiation.
The Maternity and Midwifery Forum brings you Matflix, video streaming from maternity experts. All your CPD and revalidation needs met in one place. Our expertly curated box sets are the perfect way to engage with the latest thinking, issue by issue. They make revalidation easy and are the perfect accompaniment to any project or university coursework. In addition to video from expert speakers across maternity and midwifery, there is easily accessible research and links to the latest government policy documents. Our reflective questions at the end are the perfect primer for your revalidation. In the same way the Maternity Midwifery form provides certificates to show that you have attended these festivals, we can provide certificates for those who have consumed the content of a box set and submitted their written answers to the reflective questions provided by our curator, Dr. Jenny Hall. Midwives, maternity professionals and students, do not miss out. Subscribe to Matflix today.
Box sets are now available via Open Athens and other international federated access with library institutional subscription.
Check out the box sets at www.matflix.co.uk.
Are you a midwife, maternity worker, or having a baby? Then we've got something for you.
To stay informed, exchange ideas and receive support, come and join our growing online community at allformaternity.com.
All for Maternity is an online platform offering areas to support your learning, sharing and caring needs. In our learning zone, we provide dynamic and informative e-learn modules, access to regular webinars and online workshops that address current maternity care issues, perfect for your professional development.
Our sharing zone provides repositories of information, bringing you evidence to inform your everyday practice and care. Access to support in the form of blogs, forums, podcasts and peer mentoring networks will be included in our caring zone.
We have so much to offer. Subscribing to All for Maternity will give you access to the Practicing Midwife Journal free of charge.
As the first midwifery publishers of the Practicing Midwife, we are delighted to have an opportunity to sustain, curate and nurture this important midwifery journal.
For us, the Practicing Midwife represents you, students, midwives and maternity carers.
As mother and daughter midwives, we've always wanted the opportunity to work together. We share the same philosophy that mothers and babies need the best possible maternity care. All for Maternity helps us to realise this dream.
Through All for Maternity, we will offer opportunities and encouragement to others, providing a springboard for personal growth and positive exposure.
Extending our support globally is important to us. Your membership will support you whilst helping others. For every subscription from a high-income country, one will be gifted to a maternity carer in a low-income country. Joining All for Maternity will give you access to all this and more.
So if you're ready to learn, share and care with us,
we look forward to connecting with you at allformaternity.com.
Midwife working in 2030 is going to have to be adaptable, flexible, knowledgeable.
A lot more skills around kind of negotiating and advocacy for women.
It's multidisciplinary, it's working with students, doctors, partners.
In 2030, I hope very much that women, when they come into maternity services, receive a named midwife who is present for as much of that full journey as possible.
I don't know if is it working? Okay. Okay, welcome back. I hope everyone managed to get their tea and resist those wonderful cakes. I've taken photos of the cake. I haven't eaten one, but I'd like to. They look fantastic.
Okay,
Yeah.
can you hear me okay?
Okay, we're on to our next session, and we're starting off with a midwife's tale, personal reflections, from a midwife's midwife, I would have to say, from Professor Billy Hunter, CBE, who's Emerita Professor of Midwifery at Cardiff University. And she's also a Fellow of the Royal College of Midwives, visiting Professor at Surrey University, UK, and University of Technology, Sydney, in Australia. And she's been a midwife for over 40 years, working in education research from 1996 until her retirement in 2022. I don't believe she's really retired. So I think if we can pull her back, all is not lost. She led the development of the WHO Collaborating Centre for Midwifery Development at Cardiff University, which collaborates with WHO to strengthen midwifery education and practice in the European region and globally. And she's very well known, as many of you will know, for her research into the emotional aspects of midwifery and maternity care, feeling strongly that the key to improving care for women and their families is to support the emotional well-being of midwives and to strengthen midwifery. And I think we had a really good start for that this morning on how important that is. She's published hugely, which I think she's going to talk a little bit about. And she was awarded a CBE in June 2018 in recognition of her services to midwifery and midwifery education in the UK and Europe. And now she's retired, there's the time for exploring new opportunities, singing in the community choir, camper vanning, and but of course, knowing Billy, she's also got some other things that have snuck in, and she's a trustee for the Birth Partner Project, Cardiff-based charity which provides volunteer labour and birth support for refugees and asylum-seeking women. And I suspect she might talk about that too. So welcome, Billy. Thank you for being with us. I would say the screen is now yours, but the floor is yours. So welcome.
Thank you, Sue, for that that's a really nice welcome. And thank you, everybody, Borodar. It's just great to be here. It was really nice to get the invitation from Sue and from Karen to come and speak today. Can you all hear me okay? Yeah. So I actually retired a year ago, which seems amazing. I was thinking it was only a few months, but when I added it up, it was a year ago. And so I've been doing a lot of mulling over and reflecting about my career, really. So it's a really opportune time for me to do this presentation. But there is a lot to pack into 25 minutes because my career's lasted actually 50 years because I did my nurse training before my midwifery training. So I was thinking, oh no, 25 minutes, I've got to do 50 years. So it's going to be a bit of a whistle stop. But what I hope I'm going to tell you is that actually there's been loads of surprises on the way because I certainly didn't intend, I didn't even intend to be a midwife. What about a midwifery professor? So as I will explain. So I hope this is going to work. No. Oh, here we are. So I was just thinking, I was looking through photos, quite a lot of photos of me. I will apologise. It looks a bit like an ego trip, but it's hard to do personal reflections without having a few personal photos. This is a photo of me, aged 2, sitting on the sandcastle, and a photo of me at my retirement event, getting a gift from the lovely team at Cardiff University. And when I was looking through photos, my husband said, "It's like the same hairdo and the same grin as you seem to have." So I thought it was quite a nice one to put in. But I thought, first I was thinking, how did I get from there to there? And have I got any insights? I suppose that's what I tried to do in this, is think, have I got things that might be useful to share with, particularly with younger midwives and student midwives, as we've been hearing about earlier. So I never intended to be a midwife. I was the first person in my family to go to university straight from school. Half of my childhood I lived on a council estate. There was no expectation in my family that anyone would go to uni, and certainly not me. But I did really well at school, actually, and so I was encouraged by my school to think about applying for university. But when I said I wanted to do nursing, that went down like a lead balloon, because they said, and I quote, "Why would you need a degree to give out bedpans?" That was, and I was told that I was wasting my brain. But I discovered that there was one of the very early nursing degrees at Manchester University. So I went to Manchester University, and it was a pioneering nursing degree course. And there were hardly any at that time at all. And it was a 4-year degree, actually included health visiting and district nursing, and it was very community-based. And there was a lot of research in it, and there was a lot of sociology in it, and these things are kind of fed through the way I think. I can now see, at the time I just was at uni having fun, and I didn't really realise what a kind of radical course I was on and how much it influenced my thinking. And we were taught to question absolutely everything and to reflect and to be critical. And that was years before those ideas became mainstream as it is for students nowadays. And so I even did my very first research study, and I'd completely forgotten about this because I had to clear out my office last year, which was a bit of a mammoth task, but I came across this paper, Beginning Research, which was published in the Nursing Times in 1977, and it was about stress incontinence. And I did this study. It was a small qualitative study, and it was really because it was a problem that my mum had and some of her women friends. Nobody talked about it. Then that was absolutely a stigmatizing thing to have, and you just dealt with it as a woman. So I did this small qualitative study into a sensitive topic, and I got real life experiences of what it was like to live with stress incontinence. And so for me, now I look back, I think, oh, well, those are themes that have stuck with me throughout my research career about the things that I'm interested in, not stress incontinence, but qualitative studies about real life experiences, and often around sensitive issues. So it was quite nice to see that I did I started publishing quite early on. So after my nursing degree, I often did my midwifery training. My midwifery training was a huge disappointment, I have to say. I did it in 78 to 79 in London. I discovered I love midwifery, but actually the course I was one of the very last groups to do it in a year, because I'd already trained as a nurse. I can see some people here nodding. It was a certificate level. It was so basic. It was like rote learning, and we were not meant to question anything. And so me coming from a degree course into doing this certificate level course was very, very frustrating. I'd only gone in to do midwifery because I wanted to go and work overseas, and you needed to be a midwife. So that was my intention. But of course, I discovered I loved midwifery. I loved working with women and babies and families. But as I said, the teaching was very didactic. These are some lovely pictures of me out in the community. That was one of the things I actually attended quite a lot of home births, including the one on the top left, which was actually a baby born in the Tower of London, which was the first baby born in the Tower of London for 400 years, and it was there was a barracks there. I don't know if it's still there, but this mum had gone into labour early, and we got called. We had a phone call, me and my lovely community midwife, saying, "Go to the Tower of London. There's a baby coming." Anyway, I've got so many stories I could tell, but I mustn't digress, so I'm going to do it soon. We're looking at our watch. So I just put this quote in because it sums up for me the frustration of my midwifery training. So it says, this is from the Maggie Miles textbook, from my Maggie Miles textbook from 1975. No bibliographical references have been given because of the vast number of sources, which Maggie presumably herself, have been tapped in compiling the text, and because pupil midwives become confused when they try to study from more than one or two textbooks, which I thought would make the students laugh, because doing your literature reviews and you've got to look at all these amazing sources of evidence. But no, Maggie Miles, she had the answer. So I found it frustrating, but there was an antidote, and that was the Association of Radical Midwives. And for me, that was hugely influential, and I think Jenny talked about that earlier on. Finding your tribe, that's where I found my tribe. And I found other midwives who were curious and who were critical, asking critical questions about how care was provided, because there was so much at the time that was very routinized care, like babies being fed 3 minutes on each side for the first so many days, and then 5 minutes on each side. There was just all these things that we were told, and it was gospel, and we weren't meant to question. So in the Association of Radical Midwives, I think what I found, and I know it's still there today, is a great sense of collaboration and connection and caring for each other. And at the Association of Radical Midwives, I met a very dear colleague, who is still a dear colleague now, Nikki Leap, Professor Nikki Leap, who is now retired as well, but was Professor of Midwifery at University of Technology in Sydney. And as some of you may know, we've collaborated together over the years, and we've published several books together, including Supporting Women for Labour and Birth, which was the second edition came out last year. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our very first project together, which was called The Midwives' Tale, which is why, hence the title of this presentation. And The Midwives' Tale, really the idea grew. We were both young midwives, had young families. And the book is an oral history of midwifery between the First World War and the Second World War, so before the advent of the NHS. And Nikki and I got very interested in the stories of older midwives we were working with. So actually these weren't midwives that we'd worked with, but these were community midwives in Suffolk, Kath Lambert and Margaret Anderson, they were also sisters. And we were really fascinated by these stories. We were working with midwives who were coming up to retirement, who had practiced in a very different way than the kind of high-tech way that we were being taught to practice. And we thought, somebody's got to capture these stories. And it sort of dawned on us both that it was probably have to be us, really. So off we went with our little, Walkman recorder things. And just sat and met these midwives. We ate a lot of sandwiches, had a lot of cake, and recorded their stories. And it took about 10 years, really, of collecting stories and transcribing them by hand and looking for themes, and then finding a publisher. But eventually the book was published. I think, there we are, 1993, eventually. So it took about 10 years, and in those 10 years, I had 2 sons. I worked in inner London, partly as a midwife, partly as a health visitor, and then I went up to the Outer Hebrides, and that is a whole other digression that I'm not going to be tempted to tell you about. Eventually came to Wales, 1992, came to Wales, where I've lived ever since, and I was teaching in a tech college, Pembrokeshire College in Haverfordwest, and I was teaching nursery nurses and BTEC students, and there I was, and the book came out, and I was hugely proud of it. And then one day when I was at Pembrokeshire College, and this is a story about being somebody acting as a mentor and kind of spotting something, helping you. So Sheila Hunt, who some of you may remember, who at that time was head of midwifery education at Swansea University, and she came to Pembrokeshire College to give a guest lecture, and I was asked to go and, along with a whole group of people, and had to have coffee with her. And so we were all sitting there having coffee, and I got introduced, and she said, "Are you Billy Hunter that has just written The Midwives' Tale?" And I said, "Oh, yes." And she said, if I give you the polite version, "What the hell are you doing working here in a tech college? You should be a midwifery lecturer." And I said, "Well, I couldn't possibly do that." And she said, "Yes, you could." And she helped me work out a plan of how I could get into midwifery education. So for me, writing that book and meeting Sheila was a huge leap forward, really, because I moved then into the world of midwifery academia. And so I started working as a lecturer at Swansea Uni in 1996. And I thought that was kind of as good as it was going to get. This is quite a long while ago. I was trying to work out with Lucy Warren, who's in the middle there, who some of you will know. And maybe there's people here who know people in the photo or are actually in the photo. Anyway, it's quite a long while ago. It's probably 20 years ago. And Sue Down came and did a guest lecture for us. But when I was there, I was doing a master's course at this time, and then I was encouraged to transfer and stop doing it as a master's when I got to the dissertation stage and make it into a PhD. And that was supported by the Iolanthe Research Fellowship. And I must admit, for me, the thought of doing a PhD, when it was suggested, I just thought, there's no way I could ever do a PhD. You know, that's just beyond clever. So, but I had a great supervisor who really encouraged me and said, yes, of course you could do it. And the idea for the PhD, which was about the emotion work of being a midwife, what is that work that you do every day, which isn't physical hard work, but it's emotionally hard work? That idea came from the students I was teaching, particularly from the very first cohort that I had at Swansea, who had all been nurses already. In a reflective practice session, they said to me, what is it about being a midwife that is so emotional? They've been palliative care nurses, they worked in ICU, A&E, and they said, but being a midwife, it's much more emotional. And it really got me thinking, why is that? So that became the topic of my PhD. And so I did an ethnographic study. I observed midwives and interviewed them about what they found emotionally rewarding about their work and what they found emotionally difficult. So I started in 1997 and I finished in 2002. And in a nutshell, what I found was that when midwives can practice in a way that is with women, when they can really be in partnership with women and really authentically support them, then it was congruent, it fitted their ideals of practice, and they found work emotionally rewarding. When it was the opposite, when they were getting through the work and weren't able to be there with women, then it was dissonant. There was a mismatch between their ideals of practice and what they'd been educated to do and what they could actually do in reality. And this comes up time and time again. These themes have come up in all my research, I think, and in other people's research about what it is that midwives find rewarding. And I was just thinking about it was in Jenny's, I think, those quotes about the students that said when they've been able to be with somebody, when the going had been tough, but if they felt they could really be there and make a difference, then that means that you've done a good job as a midwife, even if the situation is a very unhappy one. So that's me on my graduation day with my two sons, looking suitably wacky and much younger than they are now. They'd never forgive me for using that photo. So after my PhD, really it opened many doors for me. Suddenly I was Dr. Hunter, and I was able to build on that body of work. I got quite a lot of publications from my PhD, but also that, as you can see there's a whole other body of work that is linked to emotions. It still absolutely fascinates me. And I feel there's so much more that we need to understand. I feel very proud of it. I mean, the work that it led into was work around resilience with Dr. Lucy Warren, and the UK WHELM study, which many of you will have heard of, about stress and burnout in UK midwifery. And I think the most important thing for me has not been the kind of academic recognition, but recognition from midwives, the lovely emails I've had from midwives telling me how much the work has meant to them, and they felt it's given them a voice, or it's helped them what it is they're finding very challenging in their practice. I think at the time when I did my PhD, emotions in healthcare, in maternity care, was seen as kind of pink fluffy stuff, not really important. And it's sad in a way that it took COVID, I think, for everybody to wake up and think, no, the emotions of the healthcare workforce and the maternity workforce are particularly, we really need to pay attention to them. Sorry, I'm just going to get a drink. And I think one of the really great things for me has been how this work, I felt like maybe I kind of laid a few foundation stones around emotions, but the work has been taken on. There's so many new pieces of research going on that, you know, refer back to my work, but they've taken it on somewhere new, and it's very rewarding and very exciting to hear. So after my PhD, I became a senior lecturer, then a professor at Swansea University. That was great. I was the first professor of midwifery in Wales, which was amazing. I felt a bit of a fraud, not being Welsh by birth, but... and then in 2012, I got a really interesting opportunity, actually triggered again by Sheila Hunt, who was head of school then at Cardiff University, and she had been discussing with the Royal College of Midwives about creating a professional chair of midwifery at Cardiff University, and she encouraged me to apply. And so probably at the point when I should have just been kind of thinking I'll just kind of slope down to retirement at Swansea, I didn't. I went for the next job. And that was such an interesting opportunity because I was able to combine kind of my interest in the profession and professional leadership with an academic role. And one of the opportunities, which Sue mentioned when she introduced me, was that I was able to lead the development of the WHO Collaborating Centre for Midwifery Development at Cardiff University, and do some work, some international global work, which is a whole new learning experience. There was so much to learn because I didn't know anything about global midwifery, really. And so I was the director of this until I retired, and in the photo, some of you will recognise Grace Thomas, who is now the director, and Kerry Phillips, who is the deputy director, and then also Julia Sanders, who's a member of the team there. And that was just an amazing experience. Again, I can't digress, but I'll just give you a little taster, because earlier this year I was asked to go with the Collaborating Centre to Tajikistan, which is one of the post-Soviet Union countries, and we went on a WHO mission to look at how it might be possible to support people in Tajikistan with improving nursing and midwifery. And this was up in the mountains. We were in January this year. It was thick snow. It was so cold. As you can see how bundled up we are. But you can see on the left were these amazing village community health workers who were just so inspiring in what they were doing. So I'm going to move on. So I just think, just to sum up really, it's been a hugely rewarding journey, and I'd no idea when I was younger, when I was doing my nursing and midwifery training, or when I started teaching at Pembrokeshire College, where it might lead. And now it's time for me to step aside and hand over the baton. And you can see just some of the people I've handed over the baton to there, Dr. Lucy Warren and my lovely student, Dr. Halima Musa Abdul, who is a Nigerian midwife who's now back working as a midwifery lecturer in Nigeria, having looked at resilience in Nigerian midwives, which was fascinating. So I taught some wonderful midwifery students over the years. Some of you are here now, I know, who've gone on and done amazing things. I've worked with some brilliant colleagues in education and practice and research, and I've supported new researchers with their PhDs and seen them go on to become excellent researchers. I'm not looking at anyone in particular, but do go and listen to Laura Goodwin's session this afternoon. And I've examined such great thought-provoking PhDs, and I suppose what I was thinking, compiling this, I showed you the Maggie Mars quote. There was no midwifery knowledge, or was there, Jenny? And now, for you students now, you are so lucky. There's all this evidence that's been produced by midwives, by midwifery researchers, and global evidence. And we've got such a huge body of knowledge now that really demonstrates the difference having a midwife can make. You've got all of that behind you. I know it's very tough at the moment, but try and focus on the positive things that are there, because this knowledge hadn't been articulated when I was a student midwife. So pulling it all together, this whistle-stop tour, I've just tried to pull out a few themes here that I thought might be of interest and useful for some of you. And I hope what I've shown is that actually there's many different paths to take within midwifery. It certainly isn't always linear. So I've worked in practice, I've worked in education, research, international work. And I think I suppose it worries me a bit that people nowadays think there has to be some kind of very definitive plan that you're following. I know when I do people's appraisals and they were meant to have like a year career plan and a 5-year and a, you know, and I mean, well, I don't know where I'd be if I'd gone along that route. But, you know, doors open, there are opportunities, and sometimes it's just about making a leap or trying things out. So, whoops, that's 2 clicks. But you can, I think you can really make a difference in any setting. You can make a huge difference if you go into education with the students and in research and absolutely in practice or management or policy. I think, looking back, I think sometimes I took a chance and I tried things out. And for me, it paid off to do that. And I feel like there's always something new to learn. I was thinking that when I was in... I mean, at the moment, I'm having to learn about being retired. That's quite a challenge. But like going to Tajikistan, there was just so much culturally and in all sorts of ways that I had to really stop and listen and try and learn and keep alert and awake to what I was seeing. Oh dear, sorry, I'm leaping ahead here. I think it's important to try and just tune into yourself. I guess this links back with the emotions research really, but trying to really work out whether something feels right for you. And I guess as the older I get, I've learned to listen to my gut feelings a bit more. And if I've got a bit of that, actually I should really pay attention to that feeling, because often if I don't, then I'll look back at, you know, at the end of the year and think, I knew I felt a bit iffy about that. So, and there's no problem with changing direction if it doesn't feel right. I think we got this thing, I've got to make the right decision, and maybe there isn't, or there's just different paths to follow. Oh, I don't know what's happening there. Oh, here we go. Maybe this one should have gone at the top, because actually I think this is probably the critical one, is about finding your tribe, as Jenny said, but finding like-minded people, particularly the importance of collaboration. I can't emphasise it enough, really. I think one challenge I had with putting this together was it all seemed to be about me, and I thought, every time it's been about working with other people. So collaboration, the kind of inspiration people can give you, the support they can give you, and the mentorship. And I hope I've shown that there's been people in my life who've acted as really great mentors. Finding purpose and meaning in your work. Doesn't seem to have come up. There we are. Which I feel I have been lucky enough to have been able to do that. And if I felt that I wasn't really finding much purpose and meaning, then I seem to have been able to find other ways to move into something where there has been that sense of purpose and meaning. And certainly in the work around resilience I did, that comes out very strongly in terms of how do you cope working in challenging situations in a lot of adversity. And one of the things that people do actually is finding, those two things actually, finding like-minded people, support, people you can trust, and really hanging on in there about the purpose and meaning and making a difference that you can do as midwives. Oops. Remaining curious and inquiring, and really keeping interested, I think, in people's... Sorry, this is doing its own thing. Keep interested in people's real life experiences and concerns, whatever area you're working in, and remember those kind of fundamental skills that you have as a midwife that you can really bring to whatever context you're in. So if you say you moved into research or education, it's like kind of honing it right back and thinking, what's really going on here? What's it all about? Why am I sitting here in this room, in this meeting, which I've done several times, I must admit, but actually keeping really interested in people's real life experiences and using your skills to advocate and challenge for people. I think that's the final slide. So just to say, Pobluk, good luck, and who knows what your future may bring. Thanks very much. Dziękuję.
Fantastic. You'll have to come back. I've just muttered to Billy. Okay, she's managed to squeeze 50 years in 25 minutes brilliantly. A little bit more. But I think we'll have to have her again at some point because there's so much more. Well, you're tempting me with some of the stories you're saying. There are some stories behind all those pictures. So thank you so much, Billy. It's fantastic and inspirational, as always. We're going to scamper on now, and I think we have Neil Stewart online. Hi, Neil. Just to
Good
make sure
morning, just.
I was about to say, are you on mute? So our next session is Going Digital, Going Global, and we have Neil Stewart, Editorial Director of Maternity Midwifery Forum, who's been just about everything, everywhere, including Director of Communications to the Royal College of Nursing between 1984 and 1989. He was a political secretary to the Labour leader, the Right Honourable Neil Kinnock. So he's a political creature in some ways, and he established the publishing company Neil Stewart Associates in 1992, working with professional bodies including the RCN, the Queen's Nursing Institute, the Council of Deans Health and the Royal College of Midwives to develop highly regarded professional conferences, which has now moved on to the Policy Review TV and more recently Narrowcast Media Group, which is how we get the Maternity and Midwifery Hour, and all of this recorded in I want to say gift sets, but the video sets, the live video sets. And we also have Hannah Tizard, Education and Organisation Development Lead Midwife for All for Maternity, who's passionately driven by the experience of a mother as a teacher, her own personal experience of becoming a mum at a young age, and she's dedicated her career to midwifery education to empower students and midwives to provide personalised and holistic care that upholds the human rights of women, birthing people and families. She's also a professional midwifery advocate, leading compassionately with respect to support the well-being of midwives, striving to help them, I love this, to navigate their experiences and the emotional work, Billy, involved in providing care and take action to support positive cultures within maternity services. So welcome, both of you. Yes, you have to come up.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm going to give you a quick canter through Matflix. I can't be with you in Wales today, but I'm joining from London. I'd like to welcome all the people who are watching this all around the UK, and you might be interested to know that the Australian College of Midwives are currently meeting in Adelaide, where it's about 9:15 in the evening, and any of them that want to watch will be watching whether on their laptops or their mobile phones. I thought Billy's story about starting her career when they more or less only had one textbook was quite a telling story, because the journey that we're all making now is from having those solid textbooks right through to the new online world, where the presentations that are being recorded today will go into Matflix, and they're available for midwives all around the world and universities in Australia and others. It's one of the great advantages of maternity and midwifery services that despite some local regulations in different countries, it is of course a universal experience. And we decided to build Matflix and to make it available so that staff and students could get it for free through their universities and their trusts. And so let me just very quickly take you through what's available on it. At the moment, there are over 1,300 video presentations, and there'll be another 20 from today. There are over 50 edited box sets on common topics, which most of you will be familiar. There's a full catalogue of maternity and midwifery weekly programs that Sue curates for us, and that started during the pandemic but have been popular and have carried on. Each year we're adding something like 200 new presentations, lectures and talks to the catalogue, which is a huge amount, and we're going to be increasingly drawing those types of lectures and talks from all around the world. There's new box sets coming through regularly from Dr. Jenny Hall, who's been curating them. And of course, we have all the 8 festivals that go across the UK and in Ireland, which we use as recording studios. So today you are sat in effect in a television studio. Matflix really started from recording the conferences that we were doing. It started with revalidation for qualified staff, but that set a benchmark of the quality that Sue and Jenny have maintained through it. So it's quite appropriate for anybody that's looking to do CPD training, the revalidation, or for students who want to do extra studies. There's such a huge resource. And of course, video allows us to bring new topics into the catalogue much quicker than they get into the textbooks in many cases. But we had a big catalogue, but midwifery education asked that we should start cataloguing it. And then we developed the idea of box sets. And the box sets are there not just because they're a very easy way for staff and students to study or to refresh their thinking, but also they pull together presentations from different experts, often across a period of years. And we developed the institutional subscription so that you can go and ask your library, ask your staff to get an institutional subscription, and that will be available to everybody. We've done a lot of technical work to make sure it meets the needs of teaching, of the libraries, and for practice development. It saves time for lecturers and staff in preparation. The topics are topical, and it's available through Open Athens and free access for students and staff. And you can access it anywhere. As Jackie Dunkley-Bent, who's just finished as the chief midwife, says, it's there in your hand, in your pocket, whenever you want to refresh. And we know that a lot of people watch and listen to the different presentations while they're traveling. It's also quite widely used by other healthcare professionals. We know that nursing courses are using it for the work with infant nursing, mental health nursing, and a whole range of obstetrics courses that need to be covered. And it's even the case that some of the medics are beginning, particularly the medical students, are beginning to use it to do a bit more of a deep dive into what really counts in midwifery. So this is all about the importance of digital, and there'll be many of you in the room who are from Generation Z, and this is all in a shape that can be watched and used on your mobile phone. And in a lot of low-income and middle-income countries, that access to mobile phones is the most robust way of getting this kind of information through. So I've got an action list for all of you for the next couple of weeks. If you're going back into the start of term, make sure there's a presentation that introduces it to all the staff and students. Start getting some of the presentations that are available linked into your reading lists and added to the different systems that universities do. Remember, this also works for research and humanities staff. Childbirth and maternity is a huge subject in psychology, sociology, gender studies, something to do with it being half the population of the world. And introduce it to the nursing and the professions allied to medicine and the medics. Highlight the mobile phone access because it is very easy to access the material on that. And if you've got a student society or in the department, appoint somebody as a Matflix lead. And once we get set up internally, the systems really run themselves. There's a newsletter which you probably be able to see QR codes around the venue. And if you want to sign up with that, you'll get a weekly newsletter that tells you which are the new box sets and the new content that's coming out. And it also keeps you up to date with all the news. And maternity and midwifery is in the news a lot at the moment, and it's probably one of the most difficult periods that midwifery has been going through. So I think a lot of people will be keen to try and keep on top of that, but also get a more balanced point of view. And to make things easier, and really from the lessons of attending the International Congress of Midwives, we are combining with a joint offer with All for Maternity, which you'll hear from Hannah in a second, because between the magazines and our video work, and their training and modules. The two of us cover the whole modern digital universe so that you can have it in your hand, on your phone, in your pocket, for study or for reflection on your own practice. So go back and raise it with your staff if you haven't got Matflix in your trust or in your university library, and I'll hand over to Hannah, and she can take you through what's available in All for Maternity.
Hi everybody, my name's Hannah Tizard and I am Education and Organisational Development Lead Midwife at All for Maternity. So I've just come on today in place of Anna Byram, who is in Australia, and really to tell you a little bit more about All for Maternity and who we are. So, this works. In a nutshell, All for Maternity are academic publishers and educators. And we offer our online education platform, and we offer essential, accessible, and importantly, practice-focused everyday content for students and midwives, and indeed, like all maternity professionals. So we're thinking about, students, midwives, but also neonatal nurses, obstetricians, paramedics, physiotherapists, anybody that's working within women's health. We have plenty of resources to engage them. So our resources support both undergraduate and postgraduate education, but also sort of continuing professional development and revalidation in maternity services. The resources, we've been told, do aid the retention of midwives as well. So that's a really big sort of driver for us because we want to support our maternity services. We're also offer allformaternity.com, which is our platform, and we have a new All for Maternity hub and app, which is coming out very soon. And of course, our journals. So I'll just tell you a little bit about those first. The Practicing Midwife Journal's been around for over 25 years, and it provides that practice-focused content. So we like to break down information so it's really easy to understand. The Student Midwife Journal is the world's first and only journal for student midwives, and it's actually led by students for students, so the editorial board are all student members. The third journal is our Practicing Midwife Australia edition, and it's really exciting because we've got an Australian editorial board, so they're really preparing education in their own sort of local context. And next year, we're really excited because we're going to be launching the Practicing Midwife in South Asia. And really, our ambition is to strengthen global maternity. And we really would like to see a practicing midwife and access to this education in all regions of the world to support everybody. And obviously, the main focus is the women and families. Okay, so let me show you our flip book. So this is one of the ways that we've designed education to be accessible. So it's online and it's accessible learning. So every month, all three journals are provided in this flip book format on the website. And that gives you functionality to sort of view the journal on the go or at home on your computer. All of the journal articles are sort of meticulously sort of curated by the editors-in-chief. And they're really thoughtfully designed and laid out, and as you can see, beautifully illustrated. And they offer an experience that sort of captivates and educates our readers to the fullest extent. So our commitment is to go beyond just disseminating information, and we've used pedagogical principles, sort of education principles, to create that immersive journey through the world of midwifery. And we understand the importance of representation. Our core mission is to feature a diverse array of voices and experiences, and that every midwife and student so they can see themselves sort of reflected in the journal. Okay, I wanted to give you a very short overview of the website. So this is allformaternity.com, and it's the home of our three journals. So we wanted the website to reflect our core areas, which are learning, sharing, and caring. And we feel that those areas really cover all the important needs of a midwife. So by clicking the link up to the area titled Our Journals, You can access the journal area, including links to a 10-year archive of journals, but also the flip book of the latest issue, and obviously I've just shown you the flip book. So clicking into the sharing area opens up the mega menu where you can explore all of the resources further. So we have links to 1,600 articles from all the journals. And we also have 6 blogs which provide sort of lots of hot topics and current news in midwifery. You'll probably notice the translate function in the bottom left. And you can, at the click of a button, translate all of the content on All for Maternity into any language. And if you don't see your language there, then please tell us and we'll sort that for you. So heading over to the caring area. Oh, sorry, I've missed out the blogs. Sorry, Sheena. Sheena has curated a range of blogs there on All for Maternity as well, so please have a look at those in the sharing zone. Loads of really great expert speakers. The caring area supports midwives and students' sort of well-being, so there's lots of sort of research and resources there to support everybody. So I'm coming to the learning area last because it's really exciting for us to be launching our new All for Maternity hub and desktop app. Now, sorry, it's a desktop hub and mobile app, that's the wrong way around. So this is going to be a whistle-stop tour, but basically this is going to be available to download on the Apple and Android stores very soon, and you'll have access to this on your phone. And you can see that we've used the familiar learn, care, share areas so that it feels comfortable for you. So heading to the learning area, we have access to a variety of courses. We've got mini courses, which are a quick video and take about 20 minutes to complete. The essential courses reflect core midwifery competencies, and they're slightly longer. And then we're starting to develop advanced courses. So for midwifery leaders and specialist midwives working in particular areas of trusts, to support them. We have our article review study sheets, which is helping students and midwives to critically evaluate knowledge from our journals. And then a test centre, which is going to provide loads of revision support for students or midwives. So if you head over to the care area, you can join maternity and midwifery forums. So we've got a global forum, we've got forums for researchers, educators, students, and we want people to be able to access and have meaningful discussions and collaborate with their colleagues and their peers. Heading over to the care area following, we have an area where you can join bespoke groups and topics relevant to sort of your clinical practice and areas where you work. So clicking in, you can see, for example, we have digital midwives groups, groups for professional midwifery advocates. So you can really sort of deep dive into those and collaborate with other people across the UK and the world. Heading over to the profile area, this has a similar feel to sort of LinkedIn and Facebook, and you can post timeline and updates, you can make connections with other people, you can access some of the groups that you've joined, but also you might want to sort of check in on where you're up to with course completion as well. And there's the option to be able to download your certificates at a touch of a button as well, and then they're from the courses. So finally, we go over to the events area, and here you can access our recent and current webinar series. So at the moment, we're running examination of the newborn, which has been incredibly popular. Okay, so really, I'm just going to wrap up by sort of telling you a little bit about our joint offer. I hope you're as excited as we are about all of our resources, because it's just literally the website's so deep with all of the knowledge there that are shared by professionals and researchers like Billy, and we're really, really excited to have that all together. So when you're a member of All for Maternity or Matflix, or you join via an institution or maternity services and you take up a license, you get access to all of these resources. So everything that Neil talked about and everything that I've just shared with you today. So you can encourage your maternity workforce, you know, your maternity leads, your retention lead midwives, your heads of midwifery, or any of the universities that you're at to take up this very special subscription license, which we're currently offering at a 20% discount until the 31st of October. So I'll just head back to Neil, just in case he wants to add anything else. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay. So I think we're happy to take any questions. Just to emphasise that the subscription model works very well for the libraries, and when the material is being used not just by midwives but by other healthcare professionals, you really are talking about a few pounds, and that enables us to carry on making the festivals that you're attending free and to use them as recording studios to get the most up-to-date information out there and then available globally, because that is the direction that we're going. So I think that's really enough for me. You can speak to colleagues on the Mathlix stand, you can sign up, but the big thing to do is to get your institution, your university or your hospital trust to take out a subscription, and then it's available for everybody through their libraries and e-resources. So, any questions?
Don't think so, no.
No? Okay.
Thank you, thanks everybody.
All right, thanks very much everybody. Back to Sue.
Gosh, well, I have to say, both of those innovations digitally will keep you very busy and very exciting. And certainly the examination of the newborn module I did last year, and it's been very useful. And really, the way it's packaged is really good because you have lots of resources supporting it, so you can dig down. I love your talking about going deep down because it very much is that way. So, nobody had any questions. I think you must be veering off towards thinking about your lunch, I think. Now, down here on the programme, we have announcements of the winners of the Trailblazers. And this time round, we have one special award to make. And luckily, the person is with us, which is lovely. And it is indeed a lifetime achievement to Professor Billy Hunter, Cardiff University. No, well, we kept it as a nice surprise. I mean, what's lovely is I introduced Billy earlier, but we wanted to really celebrate. I mean, for a start, we can't believe she's retiring because she's part of our landscape of midwifery and has done such an enormous amount for midwives and midwifery and students also with her work. And we'd like to celebrate and honour her on this occasion. Now I'm going to do the usual thing about the Emerita Professor of Midwifery at Cardiff University, visiting professor at Surrey University and University of Technology, Sydney, Australia. And we're honouring Billy for her lifetime contribution to the midwifery profession. Now she has been a midwife for 40 years, but before that 10 years as a nurse, and since 1996 she's worked in education research until she retired last year. And Billy was also the first RCM Professor of Midwifery and is now a Fellow of the Royal College of Midwives for that. Her achievements have included founding and chair of the All Wales Midwifery and Reproductive Health Research Forum, leading the development of the WHO Collaborating Centre for Midwifery Developments at Cardiff University, which she shared with us, which is lovely, collaborating with the WHO, But in particular, Billy has made an outstanding contribution to midwifery evidence through her research, written work and advocacy of midwives. Her research into the emotional aspects of being a midwife has been a powerful voice in supporting the emotional well-being of all of us, of all midwives, in order to improve the care of women and their families. Her work has triggered the importance of recognition of caring for carers globally. So just a light touch all the way through the world. And she was awarded, very deservedly, a CBE by Queen Elizabeth II in recognition of her services to midwifery and midwifery education in the UK and Europe. So Billy, well done. But you have to have a photo opportunity. Yes. Without me dropping this pesky thing.
That's a good thing I've brought some hankies in with me.
Now.
I'm a bit blown away. I had no idea. So thank you so much.
No, you kept it surprise.
Wonderful. It's amazing.
It should come with should come with a golden something. But it's got golden roses. Thank you for all you've done, Billy.
Thank you. I'm a bit choked up there, so I can't say much.
No, you're going to have to catch Billy at lunch now to carry on. So thank you so much. And that's a lovely, lovely way to finish the morning. And I know Billy's around for lunchtime, so I'm sure those who want to be doing a bit of networking and catching up will have that time. And we've now reached our lunchtime, so there's lunch, whichever you choose. I won't say. I have to share with you, I'm reading or listening to ultra-processed people at the moment, and it's having a big effect on my food choices and thinking about things. It's very political. If you haven't read it, or I'm audio booking it as I'm doing my running, and it's just fascinating. It's just fascinating. I highly acclaim it to you. Anyway, so, well, that came from lunch. Okay, now there's Meet the Expert talk. You've got the Nursing and Midwifery Council with Jackie Williams in the Captain's Lounge, and that will be well worth meeting Jackie. She's always good to catch up with and ask any particular questions you have about your registration, your NMC, CPD, and those wonderful new proficiencies for all of us, not just for students, they're for all of us. I'll get off my soapbox for a minute. So we're back at 1:30, so enjoy your networking and lunch. Thank you.
For myself, I think it was really good to speak to some people that obviously we usually wouldn't meet in normal circumstances, especially being up north. We're not quite central. So it was nice to kind of get our opinions and our views across and to feel like they've been heard.
You finished just speaking to the professionals again, so the pop-up sessions that you had with Fab, which they would have seen it online, would they?
I think you just can't beat coming here in person and being able to talk to loads of people that are here and ask all the questions that you need to ask. There's so many benefits to it. You meet lots of people, and it's just a really lovely feeling of camaraderie and interactivity.
So coming here, I feel like I've kind of felt like that I'm not alone in stuff that I'm going through at placement, and from what I've taken away from this is how to go about situations, how to make it better, and how to feel well supported as well. We had some top tips given, so going into placement, I definitely going to take them on board and try and make the most out of my learning experience.
For me, like the main reason I wanted to come was for that networking, for finding my people, the people that are interested in learning about the same things that I'm interested in, and taking those away and sharing them, and because we're on Midwifery Society at our university, and just kind of sharing those with our fellow colleagues and everything. So yeah,
I'm going to be looking back at the things that we've gone through, because there was a lot of content. But I think the joys of now that we can meet face to face, so that's why we really wanted to be here face to face. There is something about meeting other people. So yeah, next time sign up, definitely.
It's always a pleasure to be here, and I always try as hard as I can to support this excellent platform that's so flexible, that's responsive, that's contemporary, that's in people's homes, in people's pockets, and in people's hands, wherever they happen to be.
What I would say to people in relation to going forward in midwifery or in nursing, it's all about communication. Collaboration, communication and negotiation.
The Maternity and Midwifery Forum brings you Matflix, video streaming from maternity experts. All your CPD and revalidation needs met in one place. Our expertly curated box sets are the perfect way to engage with the latest thinking, issue by issue. They make revalidation easy and are the perfect accompaniment to any project or university coursework. In addition to video from expert speakers across maternity and midwifery, there is easily accessible research and links to the latest government policy documents. Our reflective questions at the end are the perfect primer for your revalidation. In the same way the Maternity and Midwifery form provides certificates to show that you have attended these festivals, we can provide certificates for those who have consumed the content of a box set and submitted their written answers to the reflective questions provided by our curator, Dr. Jenny Hall. Midwives, maternity professionals and students, do not miss out. Subscribe to Matflix today.
Box sets are now available via Open Athens and other international federated access with library institutional subscription.
Check out the box sets at www.matflix.co.uk.
Are you a midwife, maternity worker, or having a baby? Then we've got something for you.
To stay informed, exchange ideas and receive support, come and join our growing online community at allformaternity.com.
All for Maternity is an online platform offering areas to support your learning, sharing and caring needs. In our learning zone, we provide dynamic and informative e-learn modules, access to regular webinars and online workshops that address current maternity care issues, perfect for your professional development.
Our sharing zone provides repositories of information, bringing you evidence to inform your everyday practice and care. Access to support in the form of blogs, forums, podcasts and peer mentoring networks will be included in our caring zone.
We have so much to offer. Subscribing to All for Maternity will give you access to the Practicing Midwife Journal free of charge.
As the first midwifery publishers of the Practicing Midwife, we are delighted to have an opportunity to sustain, curate and nurture this important midwifery journal.
For us, the Practicing Midwife represents you, students, midwives and maternity carers.
As mother and daughter midwives, we've always wanted the opportunity to work together. We share the same philosophy that mothers and babies need the best possible maternity care. All for Maternity helps us to realise this dream.
Through All for Maternity, we will offer opportunities and encouragement to others, providing a springboard for personal growth and positive exposure.
Extending our support globally is important to us. Your membership will support you whilst helping others. For every subscription from a high-income country, one will be gifted to a maternity carer in a low-income country. Joining All for Maternity will give you access to all this and more.
So if you're ready to learn, share and care with us,
we look forward to connecting with you at allformaternity.com.
Midwife working in 2030 is going to have to be adaptable, flexible, knowledgeable.
A lot more skills around kind of negotiating and advocacy for women.
It's multidisciplinary, it's working with students, doctors, partners.
In 2030, I hope very much that women, when they come into maternity services, receive a named midwife who is present for as much of that full journey as possible.
So it should work now. Okay, well, welcome back to this afternoon's session. So you're in A1, Research in Practice. This afternoon we're finding the formula, I love that title, using community science to explore the real-world experiences of formula preparation. And we have Dr. Sarah Jones with us. She's a lecturer in public health at Swansea University and a researcher in the Centre for Lactation, Infant Feeding and Translational Research. She's got experience as an adult nurse in the A&E, specialist community public health nurse as a health visitor, and has worked in the UK and Australia. She balanced working in A&E nursing alongside undertaking a PhD in public health. And I have to say that's an amazing bit of work to do all of that together. Her PhD is the SHIFT study, exploring the role of baby-led feeding approach on infant growth, implications for childhood obesity, exploring the impact of different infant feeding methods on infant growth and childhood obesity. And she continues to undertake research in this field of infant feeding and maternal health. So welcome, Sarah. This is yours.
Lovely. Hi. So thank you so much for coming along. I know there's many other interesting talks going on at the same time, so thank you for giving me your attention. My name is Sarah Jones. I'm a lecturer at Swansea University, and I've come here to talk to you about Finding the Formula, which is a research project we took last year, alongside Amy Grant, who spoke to you earlier, and other members of the research team that are named on the board there. The study was a community science project which explored the real-world experiences of parents preparing formula in the home. And it was funded by the Food Standards Agency as well as UKRI. Thank you. Okay, so just a little overview about what I'm going to cover. I'm going to give you a little bit of background to the research, then explain what the NHS guidance is in regards to formula preparation, talk about the design of our study, what our results were, that's the important bit, the limitations of the study, and then our recommendations finally. Let's go back. So we know that formula-fed babies are at more increased risk of gastrointestinal infections, and that's because of three main reasons. Firstly, that formula-fed babies are not necessarily receiving the benefits of breast milk if they're being fully formula-fed, especially. And we know that in the UK, around 99% of babies will receive formula by the age of 6 months, and around 3/4 by the age of 6 weeks. So we know how prevalent formula feeding is. Secondly, powdered infant formula, unlike ready-to-feed liquid formula, isn't a sterile product. And there have been known instances of bacteria being in those products at source. Salmonella and Chronobacter in particular can cause quite nasty infections. There has been a recent recall of some formula products because of identified bacteria in them, and that was just last year. And then the third point is about the potential contamination by the carer when preparing the bottles of formula as well, so by touching the formula feeding equipment, bottles, teats and so on. So to reduce the risk of babies becoming unwell from having powdered infant formula, the NHS has got guidance on how to make formula preparation safer. It's on their website. It's a 13-step process that parents should follow each and every time they're making a bottle of formula. The 13 steps can be sort of boiled down into two main themes. First, the powdered infant formula must be mixed with water that's 70 degrees C or greater. And to achieve this, it's usually advised that parents boil 1 litre of water in a kettle, wait no longer than 30 minutes to use that water, mix it with the formula, and then obviously then it needs to be cooled before given to a baby. The other aspects to safer formula preparation relate to that carer preparation and them handling the equipment. So it's really important that carers are washing their hands, disinfecting surfaces, and sterilising and washing all infant feeding equipment. But we know from previous research we've done within our team that parents don't always feel confident when they're preparing infant formula at home. There we are. So I'll go to the bottom of the slide and talk about the aims of our study first. So what we aim to do is to understand the usual practices of parents in the home. So what are parents doing? Are they following these 13 steps that the NHS is advising them to do when they're preparing infant formula? And we wanted to also measure the temperature of the water that parents were using to mix with the formula to see if it was above 70 degrees or greater, as it should be. And to do that, we wanted to recruit 200 parents and carers to our community science project and assess the feasibility of doing community science. For those of you who don't know, community science is sometimes called citizen science, but we prefer the term community science, is where participants in the research actually help to design the research. So we consulted them at the pre-funding stage to find out how we could best find out about what we wanted to find out about. They helped us to develop the methods, they helped us to gather data, and they helped us to analyse the data then as well. We had a small group of parents that actually went through some of the responses and helped us to understand them. And then they also helped to disseminate the data as well. So they've been involved in sort of the preparation of presentations, infographics that we're preparing, and research outputs. So these were our inclusion criteria. We wanted parents and carers who live in the UK with babies under 12 months to take part. They had to be using powdered infant formula and be able to understand and complete a research diary in English, be adults, and be able to provide consent. We did exclude parents that were using certain types of formula preparation machines because we discovered, and we know from previous research, the formula preparation machines are quite commonplace out there in the community. So if they used a machine which dispensed water only, then they could be included. Oops, I've got a fly buzzing around me. They could be included because we wanted to measure the temperature of water because the people that were using a kettle were going to be using water, so we could compare water with water. Some formula preparation machines do dispense formula, so they have the powder inside them and actually dispense formula itself, so we had to exclude those machines. So what we wanted parents to do was this at-home experiment where they were going to test the water temperature that they were using. So we posted out instructions to them, and we posted them out a thermometer that they could use as well to do the experiment. The instructions slightly varied based on whether they were using a kettle or whether they were using a formula preparation machine. So I'll just talk you through that now. So for the kettle users, we wanted them to really mirror quite closely how they were preparing a bottle of formula in the home. So they had one bottle which they were going to use to make their bottle of formula for the baby, and then a separate test bottle that they were going to use to test the water. And what we asked them to do is to boil the kettle, and then at the point that they would normally put water into the bottle, they would put water into 2 bottles. Then at the time that they would normally put formula into their bottle for their baby, in the test bottle then we wanted them to test the temperature of the water in that bottle. So we could really get like a real-time experience of what that temperature would be like if they were making a bottle in real life. We didn't want them to put the thermometer into the bottle they were going to feed the baby because that could lead to potential contamination, so we didn't want that risk. With the formula preparation machine users though, we had to do it slightly differently because the machine can only dispense enough water for 1 bottle at a time. We couldn't do the 2 simultaneously. So for them, we just asked them to ask the machine to dispense the amount of hot water, as if they were making a bottle, to dispense the amount of hot water that it would dispense, and then just to test the temperature of that water, then discard that bottle and sterilise the bottle so they weren't going to feed that to their baby. The thermometers that they were sent out were digital food thermometers, this kind of one you'd stick in a Christmas turkey to see if it was cooked. And all parents were asked to measure the temperature immediately and wait 15 seconds for a stable reading. So they had that standardisation of how long they were measuring the temperature for. So on to our results. We had, out of the 200 that we sent out, thermometers and instruction sheets, we had 151 people returning results. And they did this via an online research diary. So they filled in a questionnaire which asked them questions about how they prepared infant formula normally at home, and then that's where they entered their temperature data as well. The mean age of the parents was 32. They were generally highly educated and had postgraduate qualifications. This is what we see a lot in research with parents anyway. Over half were first-time parents, and the mean age of the babies was 7 months. So when we compared their formula preparation practices to the NHS guidelines, this is what we found. So 70% always or mostly cleaned and disinfected preparation surfaces before making a bottle, which is pretty good, but there's that 30% that weren't always doing that. Better, we saw 97% always or mostly washed and sterilised the bottle and teat for their infant formula. However, other items such as the scoop, portion pots, maybe flasks if they're taking hot water out and about, these were not always routinely washed and sterilised. And somebody just said there, as the powder goes into hot water, it seems unnecessary to wash and sterilise the scoop. And to be fair, on the NHS guidance, it doesn't specify that the scoop ought to be washed and sterilised, and this was definitely something that came up as a point of conversation in our analysis, which we'll talk about in a little bit. 78% of parents and carers said they always or mostly washed their hands before preparing formula. Obviously, that means 22% didn't always or mostly do this. And generally, when we looked at the qualitative data, the reasons for this were, having a hungry, crying baby and, just not, or forgetting and just wanting to get that baby fed as soon as possible. 86% said they always or mostly made bottles up for immediate use. And I didn't talk about this earlier when it comes to the NHS guidelines, but it is important that bottles are made up each and every time that baby needs a feed and not kept and stored for later, because once that formula is reconstituted, bacteria can multiply within that reconstituted formula very, very quickly. Sometimes, though, parents did say they made bottles up in advance, and that was usually for night feeding. Somebody said, we prepared 2 overnight. Sometimes he has one in the night, but most of the time they get used in the morning. What really stood out in our findings, though, was the water temperature data. So out of the 151 that returned their research diaries, 143 had usable temperature data in there. And these were kind of evenly split naturally between people who use a kettle. We had 69 people using a kettle and 74 using a formula preparation machine. And we found statistically significant differences in the water temperatures between the two groups. So average water temperatures were around 9 degrees C higher in those who used a kettle. And when we actually looked at the groups themselves, within the kettle users, 78% of those achieved water temperatures of 70 degrees C or higher, compared to only 15% of the machines. I have put in a little red box there, just in case anyone puts this on Twitter, that we do recognise that the findings of this have been limited by the types of thermometers we use. So these were quite inexpensive food home thermometers. They weren't scientific or medical grade thermometers, but it is still quite a significant finding, given that that limitation would have applied to both groups. Okay, so when we asked parents about what do they know and how do they feel about preparing infant formula, confidence with preparing infant formula was actually quite high. 93% said they felt very or quite confident about it, but people were less confident or knowledgeable about what the NHS guidelines actually were. And what we found when we looked at the qualitative data was that the risks of formula feeding were not well understood by parents. Some parents believed that boiling the water was to sterilise the water, not to kill bacteria that exists in the powder. And few people understood that powdered infant formula can actually be contaminated before it's opened. So in our qualitative data, we also explored some of the barriers to safer formula preparation, and these could be grouped into 2 main themes. First theme was that people were just unaware of the risk, as I've already alluded to. They didn't know that powdered infant formula wasn't sterile. They didn't feel they had much support in how to prepare infant formula from professionals, and that information they were reading online was confusing, or was that they were receiving from people was confusing. There's a quote there from someone who said, "I didn't know there were NHS guidelines, to be honest. I didn't feel it was treated as a health issue particularly. Very little support from outside professionals." And we didn't actually ask this question, but I think it would have been interesting to know how many people who felt that they had lack of support started out breastfeeding and then had moved to formula for whatever reason in their journey, and then by that time was at a point where they weren't having as much professional support. Then second key theme with this was practicality. So time and time again it came up about the pressures of parenting, the time constraints, how difficult it is when you've got a hungry baby and a busy life to follow that 13-step process every single time you make a bottle. Someone said time constraints as a hungry screaming baby can make you quite anxious just to get them fed. So thinking about that prep machine data a little bit further then, obviously it's quite concerning that 85% of the hot water samples produced by machines in our study were recorded as being lower than 70 degrees C. Our research does support previous unpublished research which was done by First Steps Nutrition Trust. And we considered why this might be. We thought perhaps it's because the hot water that's dispensed by the machines is quite small in volume, and may cool rapidly, and perhaps by the time parents put the thermometer in the water, it had cooled already by that point below 70 degrees. But then that also calls into question whether parents would be able to then add formula to the bottle quick enough before it cools. It's the same issue. We did also find some lower temperatures in the kettle group as well, though. 22% of our kettle users reported temperatures below 70 degrees C. But when we explored their research diaries further, this could be easily explained by either boiling too little water. So the guidelines state it has to be 1 litre of water, otherwise that 30 minutes cooling time would change with smaller volumes. Or leaving water too long from boiling to pouring, so longer than 30 minutes. And then we also considered that we don't know the impact of the different types of materials that kettles are made out of and their ability to retain heat. But taking all this into consideration, we still feel that the NHS guidelines to boil 1 litre of water in a kettle and use it within 30 minutes is likely to be the safest approach. So, like I mentioned earlier, parents were, saying that they weren't often sterilising the scoops, and you can see why, because it's not something that they, told or made aware of to do. But there is some prior research from Cho et al. 2019, which did show significant transference of bacteria from hands to scoops to powdered infant formula, and they found that the bacteria within the powdered infant formula could actually live for up to 3 weeks, which is the use-by date of a tin of formula. So when that's happening time and time again, multiple times a day, you can imagine the amount of bacteria that could potentially build up there in the formula. So it does call into question whether the scoops should be recommended to be washed and sterilised. However, when we discussed this with the parents in our analysis group, they brought up concerns about this because they said, well, the scoops may not withstand certain methods of sterilising, like steam. They could melt, they're flimsy little plastic things. And you'd need a spare scoop, one being sterilised and one being used. And this isn't always possible to do because there is no standardised scoop size. Different formula brands have different sizes. So it just needs a little bit further thought and investigation, I think. So one of the main strengths of our studies was the community science methods. We found it really valuable to work with parents on this study, and getting them involved in the analysis in particular was really valuable. And they felt really valued for their knowledge as well, and they really enjoyed taking part. We tested a high number of individual prep machines. We didn't set out to test prep machines, just kind of happened with the design of the study, but that was we found that to be a strength of our study. The limitations, self-selection bias, we get this in research pretty much always. The people that are motivated and interested in the topic are more likely to take part. As I mentioned before, the quality of the thermometers is something that we're aware of because they're not scientific or medical grade, so it would be great if the research could be replicated with higher quality thermometers. And 8 parents did actually report to us that they did feel that thermometers were taking too long to settle on a reading, potentially leading to the water cooling, but this would have applied equally to both groups. And just overall, it was a relatively small pilot study, so we have to be careful when we're generalising the findings with a sample size like this, but it's not a small sample size, really. Ooh, let's go back. So our recommendations then is that powdered infant formula should be clearly labelled with unambiguous instructions for how to prepare infant formula, which are in line with the NHS guidance, and something like a QR code or link or something like that could be added to tins of formula. We do recommend that the temperature of the water produced by formula preparation machines is further investigated. And we recommend that NICE and BFI guidelines on supporting formula feeding parents should be implemented so people feel that they are getting the support that they need to follow the guidance. Some references. And I've put a little QR code up there, so if you did want to find out more about the study, we're going to be publishing our findings very soon. We've just had a paper accepted in maternal and child nutrition, so that'll be coming out. And if you want to ask me any questions as well, you can email me. Thank you.
That was really interesting. Does anyone have any questions? Aha. Do we have a roving mic? Just this lady at the front here. Thank you.
Yeah. Stand up, okay. Thank you for that presentation. It was really interesting, and I definitely am one of those people that thought that the hot water was to sterilise the water rather than the actual product. So that's really, really interesting. My question is, obviously, when you cook anything, you degrade the nutrients in anything. So, although it may be killing the bacteria that's present in the formula powder, do you know if it will degrade the nutrients in the powder?
No, it's not thought to. According to the World Health Organization document, which is basically where the recommendation for the 70 degrees has come from, they're not concerned about the degradation of nutrients in formula at all.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Please, my question is not really a question. I just want to ask, do you have any laid-down method you want to follow to get people that are not highly educated inclusive in this type of research? Because I think they truly are the people that need it more. People that are educated with postgraduates can easily go on the internet to get information for themselves. But people without education, little or nothing, they cannot, and they are the victim of this. Is there any method you have in place?
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and it is a known limitation of all research, and even this community science method where we're really trying to engage with the people taking part, we're still having, lack of inclusivity and diversity in the samples. We sourced our sample from Facebook, so we just advertised on Facebook and, hope that people would join our group, but you're always going to get those motivated individuals. According to the literature on community science, which has identified this as an issue, I think it's going to have to be sort of grassroots, reaching out to communities, going out there to where people are, that may not be necessarily on Facebook, or if they are on Facebook, they're not looking at the groups we want them to look at. So it's about getting out there and actually connecting with communities to encourage people to take an interest in community science.
I think that was a really good question.
It is, and
it's a knotty problem for
yeah,
any researcher, isn't it?
Yeah, I know, and unfortunately we couldn't collect, there was a mistake on our data collection form, so the ethnicity data wasn't collected properly, which was a real shame as well, because we couldn't actually see that part. So yeah, that was a mistake with our question wording.
So I was very impressed that so many people were following the rules about cleaning and hygiene and everything and mixing.
Yeah.
And I wonder, when was this? Was this after COVID or before? Do you think that made any difference?
Oh, yeah, this was after COVID, so it might have been, people might be a bit more hygiene aware and sort of, yeah, the disinfecting of surfaces certainly might have come more to the forefront of their minds after COVID. Yeah, didn't think of that.
No, it's interesting. Interesting. Huh? Any other questions? I think that having that QR code, I can never remember the QR code, isn't it?
Yeah,
it'd be very useful for.
So yeah, please get in touch, or come and see me afterwards, and I can share my details with you if you want to find out more about the study findings as they get published.
Fabulous. So what's next?
Oh, I don't know. I think this was a pilot study, so it would be really lovely if we could do this on a bigger scale. But funding is what we need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think actually from this lady asking the question, I'm thinking, I wonder if we as midwives or student midwives have a role in, if you know some bit of research is going on, looking out for people who may not think they are suitable for being, now it's community science rather than citizen science.
Yeah.
That's a new one for me as well, because I've heard it described as citizen science
Yeah,
before.
we prefer the term community science. We feel it's more inclusive, because the term citizen can imply, if your legal status of where you reside. So yeah, that's why we prefer community science. But yeah, you're right. Sort of, we need to. If you're aware of any community science projects going on, and you think there's anyone who could be interested in them, spread it around, spread the word.
I think that's the way.
Yeah.
Or a way, isn't it? Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really good.
Thank you very much.
Right. Oh, she switched me off. Okay, it's all right. Okay, got a minute or two, haven't we? Yeah. Lovely presentation, Anna.
Oh, thank you very much.
And I liked the way you weren't focusing on, you were beautiful. Really good.
Oh, thanks.
So anyone online's going to get that beautifully. Fabulous. Really interesting.
Nervous, you wouldn't tell.
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't tell. Oh, are you sure?
We do. I get awfully nervous.
But it's really interesting. That's had so many facets that you think all the things, in my olden days when I learned to be a midwife, we used to teach women how to do this before they left hospital, but nowadays you don't have that time.
And suddenly start off breastfeeding and then
Yeah.
midwives have stopped, the health visitor may be going in, but that's getting less as
Yeah.
well.
It's gone, but it's really interesting.
Thank you.
Enjoyed that. And now I know about community science, not citizen science. I haven't heard it, but I love this learning. Thank you. Right. What's my next? Wait to my next. Five minutes. Keep asking. can keep asking that question.
Thank you.
It's really good. It's really good. It's worth thinking about. Are you a student midwife or midwife?
No, I'm nurse. I'm nurse.
Oh,
I'm just with
Christiana. Oh, well. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So you're on next?
Yeah.
Yes. Ah. No, I'm Christina. B.O.B. This is networking action. Might need more water. Oh. Time? Okay. All right, well, welcome back and welcome to those online. We're coming to section A2, Improving Care to Women, Babies and Families. As you can see, we're having a session called Where There is a Sister, an Auntie, a Friend, how the Cardiff-based Birth Partner Project supports women seeking sanctuary who would otherwise give birth alone. And we have three lovely speakers here. And I'm starting with Christina Tozin, who's a graduate of computer science with economics from Nigeria, who moved to the UK in 2019 and lived in Cardiff for 3 years plus. She's passionate about people's well-being, most especially women and children, and has been advocate for women back in Nigeria. Christina was a service user of the Birth Partner Project in the year 2021 and presently a board member. And then we have also Laura Santana, is that Laura in the centre, who is the Chair of Trustees, the Birth Partner Project Midwife, University Hospital of Wales. She's one of the original co-founders of the project. At a City of Sanctuary meeting in 2016, she met her fellow co-founder, Jackie Knowles, who'd recently provided birth support to a woman seeking sanctuary and wanted to support other women in Cardiff. Instant connection and desire for provision for pregnant women seeking sanctuary. And later that year, along with two other co-founders, Nadia Joshua and Catherine Archer, the Birth Partner Project was born. So Laura is the Chair of Trustees, a practicing midwife and mother of 3 children. As usual, balancing a million things at once. Okay, and Emma Ryan is an experienced facilitator and women's coach who works with warmth, empathy and challenge to develop and achieve a goal, be it personal or organisational. We all need an Emma in our lives, I think. Emma has an MSc in International Health and Health Policy and spent over a decade working at senior level within government, the NHS and voluntary sector organisations in UK and abroad. Since the birth of her first daughter 10 years ago, Emma has focused on working with women as a coach, facilitator, hypnobirth teacher and birth partner. She finds joy, I love that, and thrives when holding space for women to explore who they are, what they want and how to get there. So welcome, the three of you. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christiana Ubaja. I came across Birth Partner Project in 2021. That was when I was pregnant with my son, my second son. At that time, I was an asylum seeker, lonely, with no family in the United Kingdom. I only have my 2-year-old son with me at that time. I believe you can understand how lonely it would be and how draining. When I was 30 weeks gone, I went for one of my antenatal checkup with my midwife, Wendy, and she can feel the fear and the loneliness in me. That was when she introduced me to Birth Partner Project. At first, I wasn't feeling cool or good with the old settings like a stranger, but later 3 wonderful women were set up as a team to become my new family. A shed where I can run to anytime I feel down or I'm lonely. I need someone to share my thoughts with. And they performed that role of a family, a sister, a mother, which I have none in the United Kingdom. On the day my baby was born, my team was led by Anne Luke. And she was there to be with me all through my journey in the theater. She was there with me, my recovery, in the recovery room, she was there. And the day my son was born, Anne recreated another amazing memory which I cannot forget. She was there beside me, and that day I looked into her eyes and I asked, "Is it okay for me to call you mother?" She said, "Do you see me as one?" I said, "Yes." Because you sitting down here today, you gave me a flashback of when I had my first son, when I had him back in my country. My mom was sitting right where you were. She said, "Really?" I said, "Yes." "So you mind me calling you mother?" She said, "No, I don't mind. So far you see me as one." She recreated a beautiful moment because my whole family was there beside me when I had my first son. And not having them in United Kingdom when I was pregnant with another baby, it's something that gave me like an emotional trauma. Like, how will it be? How will you even cope? You alone? How do you want to do it? But when I can see a team of women that were passionate about my well-being and love me truly, I can feel a true love from them, a sisterly love, mother. I feel so good, and they make my recovery so wonderful, very easy. Yeah, she that day I can't really forget Nigeria because she recreated another memory which I live with again. And after my birth, when I was discharged from all through my stay at the hospital, despite being delayed because my child was on the way, I was delayed for a few days so as to monitor the baby. She was there all through with other things. And after my baby was born, I was discharged, went back home. For the next 8 weeks, they came visiting, and my recovery, anytime she's around, she's like, do you want a nap? Go nap while I look after your son. I napped, This helped me to get on so fast and go shopping for me, because I live in a very topmost floor of the building, and getting down from the stairs was a terrible thing for me to do at that time. So I can just imagine not having them there to do stuff for me. Anytime I needed something, I was just a ring, and they are there for me to pick stuff for me, to do this, to do that. I was just there, relaxing and getting recovered. It was a lovely experience, and I still like, how could I have coped if they were not there for me? They make everything so easier for me, and up to date, they were still there. And the amazing part, again, was the drop-in session that was made last year through the Birth Partner Project. We call it Mommy's Drop-in Session. Every Wednesday, where we had lunch together, we make friends, and we help each other heal through word of encouragement and things you can do to help each other to heal. The Birth Partner Project has really, really helped me, and I believe, like, if you give more women chances to come to this venue today, they have loads of things to say in the ways they have helped. It would have been a crazy moment for all of us at that particular time. Thank you.
Thank you, Christiana, for your testimony, and that's exactly why this project exists. The Birth Partner Project, it's not working. The Birth Partner Project is a Cardiff-based charity, and it's our vision that no woman should face birth alone, particularly if you're going through the asylum process. And we set out to make sure that we could provide birth partners to women and birthing people seeking sanctuary, so that they had support, that critical support in the antenatal period, throughout labour, and in the postnatal period. And it's our belief, backed up by evidence, that this type of support not only improves the well-being of women, but also their children and their families. Sorry. So the journey so far, how did this charity come about? Back in 2016, Jackie Knowles and I met at a City of Sanctuary meeting. City of Sanctuary is a network in the UK that offers welcome to asylum seekers and refugees. And it's an instant connection, as Sue mentioned, and we set out to support women in our city. Jackie had recently supported a lady who'd given birth, and I just had 3 children. This is before I was a midwife, and I just thought, we have to do this. And very quickly, others joined us, but we were aware that we definitely couldn't do this alone. So we set out to do volunteer training, and in 2018, we were a registered charity. And fast forward to today, we've supported over 100 women. We've got some amazing volunteers, many of whom are actually sat in this audience today. We have 4 part-time staff, and we have this amazing weekly drop-in service where women who are pregnant, who've just given birth, can come, meet, create this wonderful, wonderful community of support. Next slide, please. So who do we support? Well, as I mentioned, we support women seeking sanctuary. This is made out of asylum seekers. So an asylum seeker, everybody, every one of us in this room has a right to asylum. There's no such thing as an illegal asylum seeker. Everybody who is fleeing persecution can claim asylum in another country. then there's a very lengthy process where you go through the Home Office in this country and a decision is made. Some women and men may find that they are refused. Now this is a really contentious area, and the legal process is really protracted. And many people who are refused initially actually have a legitimate claim, and they will appeal, and some will have asylum granted, but it's a really, really lengthy process. A refugee is someone who has been given status, their claim has been accepted, and they now can find work, find employment, and have the same rights as you and myself. A person seeking sanctuary is all of these terms, and we also support women who have been trafficked or are victims of modern-day slavery. This means that they have been illegally, potentially transported to this country, thinking that they were legitimately coming here to work, had their documents taken from them, and are used in terms of sexual exploitation and also the labour market. Next slide, please. How does it work? We get referrals. The majority of our referrals come from Wendy, who's a fantastic midwife, specialist midwife for asylum seekers and refugees based in Cardiff. Our volunteer coordinator then sets up a team of these aunties, these friends, these wonderful volunteers who wrap around that woman and provide this vital support that she needs. The teams are generally set up, so at about 34 weeks. This is because this is the time that we know that women probably won't be moved on. The Home Office has guidance. Their own best practice is that women at 34 weeks gestation should not be moved, but we know that this doesn't happen, and sometimes women are moved just a few weeks before they give birth, which is terrible. So because we have limited resources, we provide support from onwards. We then set up a rota system, and this wonderful team of support, about 3-4 birth partners, will provide that 24-hour support to that woman who's in labour. And then the team, as Christiana describes, will be there postnatally for up to 8 weeks, providing food, providing company, providing practical things for that woman. Next slide, please. So let's have a little look at the numbers. As you can see, the majority of the women that we support are asylum seekers. That's their status. We have supported some UK residents as well, and refugee women too. And the majority of referrals that we have are from were from Wendy Ansell, but we've also had referrals from lots of other organisations, community organisations, charities, and also individual midwives. And looking at English language abilities, you can see 20% of women have really limited English. Over 10% have no English whatsoever. So that additional barrier contributes to that feeling of isolation and vulnerability. Next slide, please. So that's a little bit about the background. Let's actually hear from one of the sisters. So I want to bring Emma up to the stage. She's one of our volunteers. Thanks, Emma.
Hey, everybody. If you have come here to help me, you are wasting your time. But if you have come because your liberation is bound up with mine, then let us work together. That is a quote from Leela Watson, who's an Indigenous Australian and an artist, an activist and academic, and that was shared with me at one of our birth partner trainings, and it has really stayed with me as an articulation of what it is that we're doing in that organisation and why I feel really passionately about it. I joined the organisation in 2021, feeling pretty disconnected, frustrated, angry, upset about the state of the world, a bit lost in where my role could be in it. I had 3 small children at the time and was looking for a volunteer opportunity that could be flexible, very human, very simple, and where I could give as much or as little as I could. I wanted to support somebody simply as a human being, which I really believe is what the Birth Partner Project does, and particularly as a woman supporting another woman. I care deeply about the inequalities in birth and maternal health, and about the choices that women are supported or not supported to make. So I trained in 2021. I am a hypnobirth teacher, so I know a bit about birth. I've given birth 3 times myself, but learnt a lot in that training session. But particularly what stayed with me is really learning about what a birth partner is. So I talk a lot about what a birth partner is in hypnobirthing. I've had a birth partner myself, but to be one is a totally different experience for me. And also about the assumptions that I brought with me as a volunteer of what birth is. That it's always, well, I know it isn't, but somewhere deep in my mind, I was like, wow, it's always this wonderful thing, and if we can make it wonderful for people. And all these assumptions that I was bringing, whereas actually the training was really about, I'm there to stand next to a woman, that's full stop, that's it, and that's enough. So I've been on 6 birth partner teams. What I love about the organisation is that it really is about giving as much or as little as you can. So there are some times where I can give much more. There are some times where I really can't give much, and it's just delivering some chicken stew at a door and racing on, or Anne, who is wonderful, who manages to really give hours and hours of time, but with that collection of women gathered around the women that we're supporting, it means that we can do what we can. I've been at 2 3/4 births. Missed one of them by just a couple of hours because my shift was over, and they have been some of the most magical, honestly wonderful experiences of my life. I think I get much more out of this role than anybody who I've supported. I've supported 1 English speaker and 2 non-English speakers, which has been a very wonderful and kind of deep experience of supporting somebody who we don't have any verbal communication between each other. And I've been really blown away by the resilience and grit and generosity and kindness of the women that I've met. I wanted to share 2 challenges and 2 highlights that have been with me over these last couple of years. A challenge that I face often is witnessing what should be informed consent that is not informed consent, and the challenges that are there when translation is an issue and when time is pressured and when there are cultural differences, and being a birth partner in that role and understanding what my role is, maybe as an advocate, maybe simply as somebody standing next to this woman in support with my views on what should be happening that are pretty irrelevant in the moment. So that's been a real challenge for me. The fact that this is just a tiny moment in this woman's journey of having her baby, but then going through the asylum process, as Laura said, is long, living in extreme poverty almost. This is a tiny bit that I get to walk alongside this woman, and that sometimes does feel pretty challenging. Highlights are the bond and connection that I've felt with these women, and just the honour that I feel that I'm allowed in at that moment. And some really wonderful small moments, but significant, of sitting with a woman from Afghanistan and sharing photos of our families and connecting in that, and just the difference between reading about a refugee or an asylum seeker from Afghanistan and sitting next to a woman who's sharing her photos of her family in Afghanistan is a totally different experience for me. So I'm here around if anybody wants to hear anything more about being a volunteer. If you're interested in any way, then please do reach out. Thank you.
Okay, so just to finish, why is this important? Numerous Cochrane reviews show that having a birth partner improves outcomes. It reduces the chance of caesarean section, it reduces perinatal mortality, reduces postnatal depression. Embrace, we've learned the lessons from Embrace. Well, have we learned the lessons from Embrace? Black women are 3.7 times more likely to die in childbirth. We support lots of black women. We can be there to support them, to be that friendly face, to also be an advocate, a sister. In terms of postnatal depression, we know that this is one of the driving factors for mortality in women for up to a year after birth. This project is about that friendship, that support, and helping to reduce poor mental health. The Birthrights Inquiry into Racial Injustice is looking at systemic racism, and that black bodies aren't African. We support lots of women from ethnic minorities, and we want to create that sisterhood and solidarity and to make sure that we improve our kind of maternal health equality. Next slide, please. So what can you do? You can raise awareness about this project, become a volunteer. As Emma says, you know, depending on your capacity, you can be involved, or you can offer what you can. But please, and if you don't have that time, come and hold a fundraising event. We desperately need funds, so please speak to your friends. If you can't if you can't get involved in an event, perhaps somebody you know can share and hold an event for the project. And bring this into your work and bring this into your practice. If you're a community midwife and there's somebody that needs our support, then get in contact. Please make a referral. If there's a lady, a neighbour that might need that kind of support, please also get in contact with us. Next slide. So any questions? Thank you for your time.
Hi. Fab. Hi, I'm Judith Cuthbert, one of the consultant midwives in Cardiff and Vale. It's just a comment, really, more than anything, just to say thank you. Thank you for the work that you do. It's so valuable to help us in Cardiff to provide support to women, especially during the antenatal period as well. So I know that you've set up the kind of the classes for antenatal education classes, and it's it's something that I'm going to be part of in September as well. I think we've arranged a little meet. But it's just to say that, if there's anything that we can do as well to support you, and that we do really, really value your services, and I can't thank you more. Thank you.
Fabulous. I mean, is it able to expand? This is Cardiff-based. Is this part of a larger network?
Our vision has always been to expand. Cardiff isn't the only dispersal area. The dispersal areas in Newport and Wrexham. We would love this to be nationwide, as the volunteers will no doubt echo. It's really hard. We're really stretched as it is. It requires a lot of support, a lot of training volunteers as well. We'd love the health boards to get involved. That would be absolutely fantastic. So hopefully we will be across Wales.
Fab. Well, I'm thinking wider than that. Actually, I think it's such a fantastic kind of woman-friendly support. I love the idea of people coming in and making you food and kind of doing the things that your sister or your mum or your auntie would do. It just feels really nurturing to me, just the thing.
Yeah. Actually, you may not be able to understand better how we feel, but the feeling, it's so great. Like you have someone at your corner anytime. When you have your real birth mother or sister, but not feeling like you have people that care truly for you. Because there's something I noticed about the volunteers at Pay Partner Project. They truly care. That sense, they loved what they are doing. Not like just looking for opportunities to get away or stuff like that, but they truly care and they love truly. So it's a great thing.
Kind of practical love.
Practical one. Seriously. It's already, you don't need to dig too much before you say it. They truly love it. Because for you to be able to relate with a woman that cannot speak your language, that cannot even speak English, you only look at yourself face, pictures, all day, and still you find fulfillment in doing that. That means you love what you're doing. Thank you.
You're all three, I think people would agree, you've really brought it to life from so many different aspects, and it's become, you kind of want to see it everywhere, so it's accessible to other women. wherever they are. So I'm taking over. Any other questions?
That was my question, whether you were wider than this local area, because it's an amazing service. Really, really
Okay.
beautiful, beautiful thing.
You'll have to repeat that all over again now. So your voice is heard.
That was my question, whether you were wider than you currently are, because it's a wonderful service, 100% needed in more areas than you're currently in, and it's an absolutely beautiful thing that you're...
Yeah. That says it all, actually. I think we'd finish on that note, because that was said with very much heart, and I think this has been really fantastic. So the key things are volunteer, make some money, and fundraise for this group. It's really fantastic. I guess we just have to go on your website.
Yeah, we're on social media as well, on Facebook, we're on, well, it's not Twitter anymore, is it?
It can stay Twitter. Stay Twitter.
But, you can see all of our social media on that last slide, so do get in contact with us, and please pass on the message to anyone that you think would like to get involved, who can contribute. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. And presumably anyone out there who's listening, I'm thinking the online people, and thinking about organising something like this in your locality, it can be done, and these people we can show you. Sorry, I was going to interrupt you.
Sorry, please. Oh, just to round up, please. We need this project to stay. We truly need it. Please, help in any way you can to make sure like this project continues. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you. Fantastic. We should get some cash from that. Oh, yes. Oh, gosh. Sorry. Just pull it all out. Or from the registration desk, okay? So the first one prize is for Active Iron, and this is a selection of Active Iron products, and that's been won by Claire Brimble. Okay? The next one is Cuddlecot, who provided some luxury toiletries, and that's been won by Kaylee Dawe, D-A-W-E, okay? All for Maternity, oh, delicious. 12-month subscription to an All for Maternity journal, and that's been won by Leah Muscroft. Can't hear any squeaks yet. Okay, NMC have provided some luxury chocolates, and that's been won by Ruth Brain. We have a winner! Woo! Whoopee! Okay, and we've got, from Creative Wellbeing, we've got a starter knitting and crochet set, and that's been won by Rachel Giacone. I probably pronounced that really badly. Sorry, Rachel. And then Temesco has, no, this is handy. Temesco have provided a fingertip pulse oximeter, and that's been won by Sally Hedge. Did I hear a squeak? Very handy, these things. Soul Tree Therapies are providing a 45-minute Swedish massage, or Reiki session, and that's been won by Kate Shinkwin. Yeah, very nice. Okay, and Pregnancy Associated Osteoporosis UK have provided a range of goodies, including novelty biscuit selection, and that's been won by Laura Goodwin, and Sue MacDonald, that's me, editor, latest edition of May's Midwifery. There's a very large book on there, and that's been won by Sian McLaughlin. Not here. I know Sian. Okay. And CMV Action Teddy Bear, that's at the Matflix stand, is being won by Mary Billcliffe. It's a very nice, fluffy one. And a 1-year subscription to Matflix from Matflix has been won by Elizabeth Markwell. And here endeth the prizes. So if your name wasn't there, you haven't won anything, and I'm sorry. Next time. Next time. Did you want it? Just wondered.
For myself, I think it was really good to speak to some people that obviously we usually wouldn't meet in normal circumstances, especially being up north. We're not quite central. So it was nice to kind of get our opinions and our views across and to feel like they've been heard.
I think it's just speaking to the professionals, I think, so the pop-up sessions that you had with Fab, which they would have seen it online, would they?
I think you just can't beat coming here in person and being able to talk to loads of people that are here and ask all the questions that you need to ask. There's so many benefits to it. You meet lots of people and it's just a really lovely feeling of camaraderie and interactivity.
So coming here, I feel like I've kind of felt like that I'm not alone in stuff that I'm going through at placement, and from what I've taken away from this is how to go about situations, how to make it better, and how to feel well supported as well. Because I had some top tips given, so going into placement, I definitely going to take them on board and try and make the most out of my learning experience.
For me, like the main reason I wanted to come was for that networking, for finding my people, the people that are interested in learning about the same things that I'm interested in, and taking those away and sharing them, and because we're on Midwifery Society at our university, and just kind of sharing those with our fellow colleagues and everything. So yeah,
I'm going to be looking back at the things that we've gone through, because there was a lot of content. But I think the joys of now that we can meet face to face, so that's why we really wanted to be here face to face. There is something about meeting other people. So yeah, next time sign up, definitely.
It's always a pleasure to be here, and I always try as hard as I can to support this excellent platform that's so flexible, that's responsive, that's contemporary, that's in people's homes, in people's pockets and in people's hands, wherever they happen to be.
What I would say to people in relation to going forward in midwifery or in nursing, it's all about communication. Collaboration, communication and negotiation.
perfectly to time. Welcome back, and welcome back to those of people online, wherever you are in the world. We're now looking at partnership working with women and their families, the NMC view. And I'm delighted to welcome Dr. Jackie Williams, Senior Midwifery Advisor, Education, very experienced midwife, academic and practicing midwife, with over 30 years involvement in pre- and post-reg midwifery programs. She's kept her strong links with midwifery practice, passionate about the unique role of the midwife and women-centred care. She's also a senior fellow with the Higher Education Academy, and her particular expertise is in quality assurance. I'm hoping that's still correct. And her current role is to support the development of the new midwifery education standards, or actually the midwifery proficiencies, and the wider work of midwifery maths across the NMC. Because you'll recall me saying this morning, I think some folk think the NMC midwifery proficiencies are for student midwives. But of course they are, but they're for all of us as midwives as well. We have to achieve all those proficiencies, and I'm sure that Jackie will touch on that a little. So welcome, Jackie.
Right. So thank you for coming to this session. I've met some of you throughout the day, and I hope you've had a good day. And this session really is talking to you about some current work that the NMC is doing and how it is there to support your practice. So the question is, why partnership? Why at this point in time? Well, it can't fail to have observed that in the key reports around maternity safety at the moment, and also what is talking about in the media, that women and families consistently say that they do not feel listened to or heard. And our standards, and when I talk about standards, I talk about all our standards, whether that be the code, standards of proficiency, the standards for pre-registration for midwives, that collective bundle of standards are very clear about the importance of listening and working in partnership. And that's with all the people who are receiving care in maternity services. And I've just cited a little bit just to remind you about the code. And it talks about listen to people and respond to their preferences and their concerns, so that you work in partnership with people to make sure you deliver care effectively, you recognise and respect the contribution that people can make to their own health and well-being, and you act in partnership with those receiving care, helping them to access relevant health and social care, information and support when they need it. And this is what our standards of proficiency say. It talks about using effective, authentic and meaningful communication skills and strategies with women, the newborn infant partners and families, as well as colleagues, as well as demonstrating the ability to always work in partnership with women, basing care on individual women's needs, views, preferences and decisions, and working to strengthen women's own capabilities to care for themselves and their newborn infant. And I've had some really interesting conversations today with folk where we're talking about women's decisions, that women's decisions aren't always in line with guidance. And I remind people that actually women don't have to follow guidance. But our role as midwives is to give them all the information they need, the pros and cons of the choices they're making, and then support them in that choice. And that sometimes can be very challenging to midwives because the women perhaps will be making decisions that you wouldn't think are advisable or are more risky, but it is their choice nonetheless. And we're very clear at the NMC about what you need to do to be supported and also work within that situation. So we thought long and hard, really, about our role at the NMC, because as you know, and you've heard us talk today, that our role at the NMC is to regulate the nurses, midwives on our register and the nursing associates in England. And we don't regulate maternity services, but we do have to, we do respond when concerns are raised. But we wanted to so we recognise what our role is, but we wanted to do something much wider. And we importantly wanted to, because we've got a key role with protection of the public, to do something with women and families in this very, very difficult period of time, I would say, particularly in England, in terms of what is actually happening. So we came up with this campaign, and it's called For Every Pregnancy, and its aim is to empower women in their partnership with the midwives. So what we're saying is that we recognise that this is what midwives do, and midwives do it very well, but do women and families know that? And do they actually work with us in the way that's going to help that partnership? So we've got this campaign. We launched it back in sort of early July. And hopefully, if you look through your emails, you will have found some notification about that. And we particularly want women and families to understand what they can expect from midwives and how important midwives are to that journey. We also want them to really be aware of how they can work in partnership with us to reach informed decisions about their care. So it's not us making the decisions, but we're doing it together. And we know that every pregnancy is unique, and we know that midwives are there to answer questions and offer support. But do women and families know that? And we know that they're turning more and more, aren't we, to online resources, and they are good and they are very supportive, and we use them ourselves, don't we? But I think it's important that they don't underestimate what the midwife can do. And we also know that it is very important for midwives to listen to pregnant women and recognise and respect their feelings and choices. So, as I said, this For Every Pregnancy, the aim is for women, their partners and families. We want them to know that we recognise that each pregnancy is unique. And it's thinking about that this is aimed at women across all the pregnancy and what the role of the midwifery team is there. We purposely not particularly talked about continuity because we know that is challenging in some areas, but their midwifery team is there to support them. We have developed 2 resources. And I had hoped to be able to show them to you, but when you get the slides, you'll be able to follow these links very easily. And the 2 resources are us talking about the role of the midwife and what the midwife can do on this journey. And what I would really encourage you to do, wherever you are, is to talk to women about this, encourage them to look at it, because I think in this really challenging time, women do need to get that reassurance that we are there for them. We've had feedback from women because we used it within some of the video clips. We used women who had used maternity services fairly recently. And one of the feedback was that the campaign makes it very clear that the options are there and it's you who can make the decision. And I think that is really key to get that message across to women so they don't feel that we are making them do things which they really wouldn't choose to do. It also highlights to women what they need to do if they have concerns. Now, that might make you feel a bit uncomfortable to think, should we be encouraging women to do that? But I think if they are genuinely not getting that care and that partnership, we need to hear about it, don't we? We need to hear about it much sooner. And it's about thinking about how midwifery team is there to give safe, effective and kind care. recognising that it's important that women can speak up if they're not happy about the care they are receiving, and if they really did have concerns, that they go around the right processes. And of course, in the first instance, it may be that they would need to talk to the midwife's employer if they've gone through other sort of mechanisms. And of course, I would hope as a last resort, they would come to us. And we do get concerns raised by women to the NMC. It doesn't necessarily mean that we would take that forward in terms of any process. A lot of the times, the concerns raised need to go back to the trust or the health board to have those and some of those concerns are often that they don't really understand what's happened and they haven't had proper communication and debriefing. And we have also a poster so that you can download the poster and put it up in your area so that you can actually show women. So again, just to reiterate, this is not to be punitive against midwives. This is trying to support you as midwives to give women confidence in the care that we're giving in these very difficult times. The other thing we have, and I know many of you have been to our stand, and hopefully if you picked up one of these leaflets, and this talks to you about this campaign, and you can, by using the QR code, you can actually access those direct. But we've also produced a dedicated page of real case studies of the women that we've been involved in this campaign, and Simone was one of those ladies. And she said, I always felt they were happy to see me, hear how things were going. I never felt like I was a burden. Additional to that, on the back of this leaflet, you'll see that we've produced a sort of more of a structured aid called CARE, and CARE stands for Compassion, Active Listening, Response and Effectiveness. And this was developed in conjunction with women. And the idea is it will give you an opportunity to use one of your reflections to use that model. And just to check out about perhaps a particular incident of care, and you to think about, how did I show compassion to that woman? How would she have known I was compassionate? Because I want to meet her personal needs and I want to build a partnership. How did I do that with that particular woman? And how did I actively listen? So I'm not thinking about necessarily what things that didn't go particularly well. Sometimes it's useful, isn't it, to reflect for your revalidation on things that went really well and were positive. And so these are just prompts for you to use in a slightly different way to perhaps you reflect to others. But it's in a way for you to recognise in yourself when you're giving, say, compassion or you're actively listening, so that you can make that commitment to do it. And we were very mindful, Verena and I, that we didn't want to suggest that any midwife is not compassionate and kind, because I believe the absolute majority are. So it's a positive tool for you almost to get that reassurance in yourself that you're doing a good job, or maybe there may need to be perhaps some changes that you make, particularly for some women. On top of that, next week we're holding a webinar. It's free to attend. Sign up at that page. It would be for 1 hour on the 20th of September from 5 till 6. And we're showcasing partnership with women. And those women are women who've supported the campaign, and we've invited them back to do the webinar. And what you will hear, and I hope it will cheer your heart in terms of those good stories, because we need good stories and we need to learn more from women about what is important. So I'm going to pause there. I've probably not taken most of my time today, Sue, because I was going to show the videos. So that's some homework to do. But very happy to take questions or comments about the campaign or anything else NMC-wise. have this one.
Oh. Or do you need it to refer to now?
No. And you don't need to have. It's when you sign up for our webinars, you do that quite independently. You don't do it through your NMC online, so it's easy. And we would want qualified midwives to attend, student midwives, anybody else maternity support workers, anybody who's in, to really hear these women's stories, which are very, very powerful.
Jackie, is the webinar going to include the videos that we couldn't get here? No.
No, it will be, we're going to do it more of a sort of like a Q&A type. We'll remind everybody about the campaign, but we want to talk to those women and prompt them to tell some of their stories. Not the in-depth area about the story and the journey, but more about what it was that made a difference when they recognised they were working in partnership. And what that actually meant to them. And they're very, very different stories. Some of the outcomes were very positive, some of the outcomes were quite sad, but even so, they were very keen to share their experiences and how positive it had been, because they recognised that partnership working with their midwives. And I think that's quite key, isn't it? Sometimes the obvious needs to be actually pointed out to women. And those video clips are very short. So even if you were on the antenatal ward or you were in a clinic, you could easily, even if it was on your phone, quickly show it to them or refer them to it. So it's not like they've got to sit down for, a long time. One of the videos is one that we made some time back now, when it talked about the standards of proficiency, to try to encourage them to think that midwives don't just qualify, but they're embedded in these standards of proficiency and in the midwifery programs, and those are the proficiencies they have to adhere to during their practice. We would love comms in trust or health boards actually to put it on their website for everybody to access, or if they were sitting in a GP surgery to be watching it. We've shared it with Maternity Voices Partnership in the past, but it's just really trying to sort of think, oh, this woman is new to the service, she's newly pregnant. Just show her this film and just see what she thinks. Yeah.
Hi, Jackie. Thank you very much. Sorry, I didn't catch the beginning of your talk. But I've had a look at the videos already online, and they are fantastic. Sorry, Jo Daggerston from AIMS. Thank you so much for doing this work. I'm sitting here, though, sort of a bit edgy, because they're fantastic resources. You've made them. You've put the resource into doing them. How do we get them to women? How do we get trust to show them to their service users in a way that really ups the ante about expectations? And I'm frustrated because we've got these TV screens in antenatal waiting rooms when everyone's in there for a clinic. And those screens, what goes on the screens, it has been told to me over years, is very controlled. And they're not there with the maternity service user in mind. They're there for commercial sponsorship opportunities to make the hospital money. So I hope that you'll do whatever you can to check that these channels of communication are being used rather than misused, and you couldn't have provided better resources to go on them. So thank you.
Thanks, Jo. And maybe I need to challenge each and every one of you to go back and have a conversation with your head of midwifery or your director of midwifery to say, have you seen these resources? How can we use them? And maybe I should do that challenge next week on them, because in a way, we need all of you to actually publicise it. But Jo's absolutely right. We need to make sure women know how to use it. And I'm sure AIMS will do their bit, as other partners will. But I think if that's something very positive you could, as a take-home message, to say, how are we going to use these?
Endorsement, and it is frustrating having those television screens blaring out things that probably nobody's watching anyway. And if you had women talking about their experiences, it's probably a lot more interesting anyway.
Yeah.
I mean,
and I think if at any time midwives need good stories from women is now.
Definitely.
Because the absolute majority of women are having safe, kind, effective
Yeah.
care, but we need to hear those stories,
Yeah.
don't we, at the moment?
Definitely.
And I think the resource was very much aimed to try and equip you with that, so you can check out your own understanding of this. And if you think, well, I'm not sure, I need to, a little bit more, thinking about your professional development in that regard.
No, it's good. No, so I seem to remember, this is, you're giving, this has been a day of reminiscence, because you're making me remember, I used to, this is how sad I am, I used to carry my code with me when I was talking to women on their booking visit, because often they didn't understand what the midwife did, and I'd be saying, this is, it's all here. And but this sounds much more an alive way of reaching women and kind of expanding that partnership feel. Sounds fab.
Because I think I've said to many of you today, you know, we do not regulate maternity services. We can influence, but we can't. We have got no impact in terms of this regard. We regulate yourselves, but we do have a role to protect the public, and in a way that's trying to say to the public, hey, do you actually know what your midwife can do if you work in this way? Because I would imagine many women at the moment are quite nervous about using maternity services, and you're having to do potentially a lot of unpicking in that regard. So in a way, hopefully this resource could help you, particularly when some women maybe are coming with concerns as to what's going to happen during the journey. And I'm sure Joan hears this a lot. Yeah.
I think you've dumbfounded us, Jackie. Our homework is to go and look at the links and sign up for the webinar next week.
Yeah. There is a way of actually putting in questions. I don't think they're necessarily live, because when you've got a lot of people on the webinar, it is easier if you can put in your questions after. But if you put them in the chat, and you don't get it resolved or answered, we always make a commitment that you'll get that answer. Yeah.
Okay.
Did you ever? And it will be recorded. And what tends to happen is those recordings then go up on that website in that area that I was showing you, so you can actually. But we'd love you to come live.
Well, the thing is, nobody's here your child. If that's the worry. I mean, it's good. It's a good way of joining something, a webinar. I mean, that's the good thing, I suppose, about COVID, is there's much more availability of this way of getting in touch and keeping appraised of things.
Yeah. And people seem to like the webinars, actually.
Yeah.
That seems to be a very popular medium, so I think it's something that we will continue to do.
Good. Glad. Okay.
Thank you. And
thank you.
Sorry that you didn't get to see the videos.
Well, it's just set us our homework, Jackie.
It has, yes.
Thank you
very
so much. Yes, we have to chase that. there. Sorry, I got a little distracted by a homeless bear. This bear needs a home, so anyone who can say how valuable that bear would be to them, the bear can go to them. Toys, toys. Okay, we're in now. We're at the end of the day. I can't believe we've gone so quickly, but we have. Improving care to women, babies and families. And I'm delighted we have two lovely speakers talking about the Tommy's Specialist Helpline for Black and Black Mixed Heritage Women and Birthing People. And that is including Amina Haisha and Alicia Burnett. So Amina is a midwifery manager at Tommy's. I'm going to move this way. So she's a midwife working and works at the Hearts Milk Bank as a research midwife for Imperial College London, focusing on research around donor milk and how to improve accessibility for all families that might need it. She also works as an NHS midwife in antenatal care and as the midwifery manager at Tommy's, the pregnancy research charity. She's passionate about ensuring that everyone has equitable access to the knowledge that can impact their pregnancy, birth and breastfeeding journey. And then we also have Alicia Burnett, who's a registered midwife working on Tommy's Specialist Support Helpline for Black and Black Mixed Heritage Women and Birthing People. She's also the founder of Black Baby Loss Awareness Week, an event which aims to raise Black communities' awareness of professionals and services providing care and support after pregnancy and baby loss. So I'm delighted they're both with us today. Welcome. The lectern is now yours. And I'm not taking the clicker away either. The clicker's there.
Do you know how the clicker works? Do you want to do it?
You aim it that way, that's it.
Brilliant. Hi everyone, thank you so much. My name's Amina Hatia and I'm the midwifery manager at Tommy's, and I'm here with Alicia, and we're going to talk to you about the specialist support service that Tommy's has set up and is now running for women and birthing people from Black and Black mixed heritage background. I should say I did have a laptop. I arrived in Cardiff and it stopped working, so I might be looking at my phone a little bit to make sense of what I'm talking about. So just to give you a little bit of information about Tommy's. Tommy's exists to prevent the often avoidable tragedy of baby loss. Since 1992, we've established 4 research centres across the UK that's dedicated to preventing miscarriage, preterm birth and stillbirth. We translate this research directly into a clinical setting through our specialist on-site clinics, which are based in Birmingham, Coventry, London and Manchester, and provide state-of-the-art care and treatment for women and birthing people with high-risk pregnancies. Under the care of our centres, outcomes for these pregnancies are significantly improved. For example, we can report, I think if we go to the next, the one before, there we go. You can see we're very seamless here. But over 200,000 miscarriages, neonatal deaths, stillbirth babies and premature babies. Now, under the care of our centres, outcomes for these pregnancies are significantly improved. For example, we can report a 21% reduction in preterm births at the St Thomas's Hospital in 2018 alone, against a UK and international trend of increasing premature birth rates. Meanwhile, in 2010, we have decreased the average stillbirth rate in the Manchester region by 32%. Even with the very best care and support in specialist hospital centres, sadly many preterm babies do not survive into childhood, and for those that do, many will be met with lifetime of health time challenges. Meanwhile, over 3,000 families each year in the UK face the devastation of a stillborn baby, and that's what we're hoping to make an impact and a change on. So if we go on to the next slide. Sorry, bear with me a second. Next slide after that, sorry, Alicia. So I'm here to talk a little bit about one of our other tools, which is a miscarriage support tool. It's a conversation that we as midwives don't really have very much because we don't see people very early on in their pregnancy, but we definitely know from working on the Tommy's helpline that people are very much impacted by those early losses, and they bring the experience of those early losses into ongoing pregnancies as well. It has an impact upon their physical but also their emotional health as well. So the miscarriage tool, if we go on to the next slide, the aim of the tool is to tackle unjust miscarriage inequities by giving that intensive support that we have the knowledge of on a kind of a much broader scale. So our clinics can provide people with the most up-to-date research, they have access to consultants, and they have the opportunity to speak to people about what's happening with those recurrent losses, why it's happening. But that's only those people who can get access to those clinics and know how to navigate the system and who to speak to and where to get that information from. The tool is one way of trying to kind of make that a lot more broader. It was developed at the University of Warwick, and it aims to provide better support and information for women and birthing people and their families who've had one or more previous miscarriages as they consider trying for their next pregnancy. It's not for people who are already pregnant, so it's not the tool will kind of take you outside of it if you are already pregnant, because we're aware of the impact of going through a tool if you're pregnant and then finding out your kind of risk factor can be on that. We know that disadvantaged, underrepresented women are less likely to get information and support following miscarriage, and we want everyone to have access to that information about healthy pregnancy. People who have multiple miscarriages often give up hope of a successful pregnancy. By giving them a better than expected result that often happens, we also hope to give them the confidence to try again. Can I go on to the next slide? So the miscarriage support tool is based on an algorithm, which I'm told is something very clever to do with numbers, because I don't know what that means, but most people understand what an algorithm is. That was initially developed by scientists and researchers at the Tommy's Recurrent Miscarriage Clinic, which is part of the Tommy's National Centre for Miscarriage Research. The algorithm has been used with women and birthing people who attend the clinics to give them information and for many the confidence to try again as they get better than hoped for results. If we go on to the next slide. So this gives you kind of a little bit of an overview of how it works. It's all online and people can use the tool online. They don't have to download things onto their phone. They can access it off a website. We wanted to make the information available widely and also use a questionnaire to give support to those who were identified as a higher risk, either for medical factors or due to social factors, or kind of factoring in ethnicity as well. So this is an example of what a sample result will look like. As you can see, it gives people a percentage of the result in order. It also kind of factors in other aspects as well of, kind of giving lots of information on things that may be impacting their pregnancy journey. So it's not just saying it's your BMI, or it's not just saying it's due to this factor. It's kind of giving them information going along. We follow it with a clear explanation of the factors that we have taken into account and signposts to extra information about where to find more information and support if needed. We've analysed the feedback that we've received from the launch results across many channels, and there were key themes. We've also built evaluation into the user journey, and everyone who opts into an email is sent a link to a feedback form. This means that we were able to identify areas of improvement early, and we've already made changes in response to points that users have raised. For example, we've removed people who are pregnant from the journey. They used to be able to complete the tool if you were under 12 weeks of pregnancy and get a result. The feedback that we got was that it was mostly unhelpful, and if someone flags that to us now that they're pregnant, they get a different and more supportive content. So qualitative feedback that we've had, people who have used it have found it really helpful. Again, just kind of reflecting the realities that we know that exist, that people have, for example, haven't been able to get through to their GP. The GP doesn't necessarily know about huge amounts about miscarriage. The referral process is quite long, and in the meantime people are going on Google, they're speaking to other people, they're trying to find out the information. So by kind of being able to use a tool, it's signposting people onto a little bit of hope and a little bit more information as well. Next slide. To date, we've had under 30,000 people completing the tool. We also have plans to seek funding to expand the level of support that we're offering within the mental health aspect of it, and topics such as BMI are a priority for us. Mental health has been identified as a high priority for users, and BMI is an important risk factor from a kind of clinical perspective for conditions that increase the risk of miscarriage, including diabetes. So, sorry, that was a little bit clunky, but I'm going to pass you over to Alicia, who is going to be much smoother. Do you want me to press, or you know how to do that?
I'll be okay. Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody that's in the room and everyone at home that's watching. My name's Alicia Burnett. I'm a midwife. I'm a Tommy's midwife. And I work mainly on the specialist support service for Black and Black mixed heritage women, which I'm going to speak to you about now. So the specialist support service hasn't been running for that long, around 18 months or so, and it was established as part of the miscarriage support tool that you just heard lovely Amina speak about just now. But it was initially supposed to be part of the miscarriage support tool, but now it exists as a standalone service. So the aims, what we aim to do with the specialist support service is to empower women from Black and Black mixed heritage communities to advocate for their own care, to feel more knowledgeable and confident about their health and the healthcare that they're entitled to, and to feel supported and reassured by personalised advice and help. Two more things are they're more likely to make positive lifestyle changes, and they're on a pathway to better mental health. These aims are the reasons I love my job, because I get to speak to women, not just Black and Black mixed heritage women, but when I do get to speak to the women that use the service, I know that I'm making a difference to their pregnancy outcome. And even if their pregnancy outcome has been poor, I know that the support and the help that I'm giving them has made a difference in some way. Yes, I'm ad-libbing, I always do. You knew I was going to. So far, the specialist support service, we've had 325 callback requests. Most of the calls are at least an hour long. Another benefit of the service is that most women are not going to be able to have an appointment with an NHS midwife or any midwife really for up to an hour unless it's their booking appointment. But sometimes the complexities that a lot of women face, they do need a conversation of 60 to 90 minutes. So we're really privileged and proud to be able to provide that. And often, a lot of the time, that phone call is followed up by an email and maybe further phone calls. And we always invite women to, if they need to, make a repeat appointment so they can have follow-up care with someone that they've already spoken to, already knows the complexities of their situation, and they don't have to keep repeating themselves, because we all keep it on our system. Primarily, there's a team of the three of us, so myself, Amina, and another midwife called Alana. We work on the line, so if it's not myself, it'll be one of the other two people in my team, and it's a small team, and we do run the service, along with the other Tommy's midwives if needed. I can't read that, that's really tiny. I didn't bring my glasses today. So some of the feedback we've had is that it's a really great service. I'm so grateful for the support and just being listened to. When you get to the end of a call and a woman says something like that to you, you feel like, yes, I've done my job well today. I don't think we always get the opportunity to have real-time feedback, so that's a real benefit. I feel so much more confident in asking questions now and advocating for myself, but also in knowing what to expect with my care going forward. Everyone needs to have a midwife like you on their side. Again, valuable feedback. So 90% of women found it very useful. 93% felt very supported, and 100% of the people that we speak to would actually recommend the service. And we do offer, so the support that we offer, it encompasses the whole of pregnancy, and it also includes pregnancy loss. So we can provide information about diet, exercise, specific conditions. A lot of the time, if we are on the phone to somebody who's, for example, been given a diagnosis but not any information about what that means for them, for their baby, for their pregnancy journey, a lot of the time it's just encouraging and supporting them to go back to their care provider and actually asking more questions and what questions they should or could be asking. So some of the lifestyle changes and actions that women take following speaking to us include, thank you for your call last week. Being able to speak to you again in this pregnancy made such a difference to my mental health because I know what I need to do now and how to get there. I've already contacted Insert Service here, as you suggested, and have an appointment for next week. That is the best feeling ever, when you know what service or care somebody needs and you're able to signpost to them, then you follow up with them and they've done it. And it's really boosted their trust in the services that they access and in our service too. Some further things that we've heard from callers. Thank you, you are amazing. I have just come back from my scan and appointment with the preterm birth clinic, and we now have a plan. I feel so much safer and better looked after, and it's all thanks to you listening and helping me find the right clinic and then arranging it for me. Thank you for caring. A lot of the calls we receive are from women and birthing people that are pregnant after previous loss or complications. So in this particular example, the notes that were made on this call were that, sadly, this person's first baby was born prematurely at 32 weeks after going into labour at home, and the second pregnancy ended in miscarriage at 8 weeks. This caller was now, at the time, 13 weeks pregnant and worried about another premature baby or late miscarriage. She feels she cannot trust the service because she is not listened to and keeps being dismissed for worrying. She feels worried about the care she has had so far. Now, one of the midwives on the special support service, with the woman's permission, contacted the preterm clinic and discussed her concerns and that she would like a second opinion. The clinic kindly arranged for her to be seen 2 days later in person. Sometimes that's all they need, is for you to say, actually, you're well within your rights to demand request a second opinion. You're not being fussy. You've lost a baby. You're not being fussy wanting closer supervision. You're not being fussy wanting that extra bit of care. So what learning have we had to date? So initially, we didn't cover the entire pregnancy journey. Now we do. We can provide information about preconception, particularly when a woman has experienced a previous pregnancy loss. There is a lot of discussion that we facilitate around preconception and feeling ready emotionally and physically to conceive again. Women really value personalised one-to-one care. It builds trust, which is important. So we are able to an extent to provide continuity of carer. They love the follow-up calls. You really do get to form a relationship with the women on the line. It's lovely. Initially, it was a video call service, but this was problematic and time-consuming to organise. We learned that the sessions tend to be a lot longer than we expected initially. So as I said earlier, they last from about an hour to 90 minutes long. But you don't feel it. You don't feel that you've been on the phone for an hour until you get off and you look at the call time and your phone's hot. A central theme that emerged was that women don't feel safe. They're aware that as Black and Black mixed heritage women, that they are 4 times more likely to face adverse outcomes, and this is very, very frightening for them. They also appreciated this being acknowledged and understood, and we have honest and frank discussions. We look at a woman's specific circumstance, we discuss the risks that are specific to her, and we empower her with the knowledge to go and ask questions about what does this mean for me and what does it mean for my baby and pregnancy. So a quote we have here is, "It's so nice to be able to talk to you and not feel like I'm wasting your time or holding you up. I didn't realise that I was worrying about the birth until the conversation came up about birth plans, and being able to just say it aloud helped so, so much." Any questions?
If there's anybody here who works with women and birthing people and think that it might be useful to have that, I can absolutely share the contact cards with you. It's got a QR code on it so they can use it, and it will take them straight to the booking page to use the service. We really want the service to be used. We want to keep providing that support. We're not trying to replace the NHS. We are NHS midwives as well as being Tommy's midwives, and we want to kind of be able to provide that next step that people can go to, because we're very much aware, I work in antenatal care, and I'm very much aware that people will kind of ask questions and go away and then go home and think, I didn't ask this, or oh, I should have found out, and that didn't make a huge amount of sense. So actually just having somewhere else that people can go and speak to and say, when they said that, you know, I often find that I use jargonistic words like triage, and they go, what does that mean? And you go, actually, it's true, what does that mean? So actually having that is really important to people as well, and we can be that support service. Any questions?
We have the roving mic standing by, ready.
It's the end of the day, we get it.
No, I think you've provided a lot of information in a quick time.
Thank you, Jo Daggerson from AIM. Sorry, Sue, I just feel that
No, I want
these
you to.
guys are worthy of a comment or a question. You put the quote up earlier. You do great work. Thank you for the work you do. I think, you know, you had that on the screen from one of your service users. I would just really endorse that, Jo Daggerson from AIMS. Really fantastic to see the practical support that you're giving service users out there now, because we know that's needed. As you say, I mean, what sort of a sort of environment have we offered to women who are worried about dying, risk of dying 4 times more than their neighbour down the road? Vital. So my question to you is that you're doing a lot of learning as you're doing this work, and you are getting a lot of insights into gaps, failings, can I use the word, of the maternity services these women are interacting with. I just would like to encourage you, and I'm sure this is on your to-do list, to make the most of that learning and feed that back to the NHS. You're doing a fantastic job with respect to individuals, but if we could do some systems learning, that would be fantastic too.
No, I think that's a really great point, and one of the things that we at Tommy's are very keen about, especially us as midwives, is getting that research and that data into practice, because again, it's great having the opportunity to be able to do, and we fund a lot of research, but bringing it into that NHS care so that actually it has that real impact upon people. But you're absolutely right, actually being able to feed that back about what we are hearing from women in birthing, people who contact us, whether it's a specialist support service or the miscarriage support tool or our kind of Tommy's helpline is really powerful, because that learning is really important. Thank you.
Well, I was wondering about, you have women accessing a helpline. Have you got, what process have you got for midwives who might have similar anxieties, or who are caring for women who've lost babies and not knowing what to do is the best, or not, you know, that, because
you know, people in the aftermath of being told that their baby has died, will go into very practical mode, and there's a lot of decision making that you have to do. There's a lot of admin with any loss, but especially around baby loss, that they will, kind of be very busy with that, and then they've often got a funeral or some kind of commemoration to plan. It's 2 weeks later, it's a month later, when the world has moved on, you're at home, and you need somebody to speak to, but you can't contact your bereavement midwife because that care has stopped at that point, and that's where people are kind of looking for it. So we do get midwives who are really proactive, and again, I'd encourage any midwives who are watching this or here that we're here to support you as well. We can signpost, we can try and provide a bridge somewhere along the way so that people can find the right resources, the right support going forward. My frustration is there's an idea that bereavement midwifery ends at 28 days. and it doesn't. This is a lifelong experience for people, and we kind of need to acknowledge that and respect that as well. I don't know if you wanted to add. Sorry, I'm just taking over.
Yeah, that's okay. It's an interesting question, actually, Sue, because whenever we get a call, we're always asked, where was this person referred to us from? And a lot of the time, it's healthcare professionals that are sending them our way because they know that we have a specialism in miscarriage support, and they also know, or they're gradually getting to know about the special support service. So it may be, if it's not a midwife per se, it's someone that's been directed to us by a midwife.
As with everything in life, we'd love to be able to find some more funding for it. So it was initially, the service was funded, the specialist support service was funded by a grant that we received from the Department of Health, the tampon tax, to provide a specialist support service. And when that funding ran out, Tommy's is very much aware of how important and how powerful it is. So it's become part of Tommy's course.
325 requests. That's a lot of women needing support, a lot of time. But you kind of think, I wonder if that's a drop in the ocean, and there's a whole lot of women that don't know or are sort of a bit anxious about phoning. So it's another thing for us to get out there as midwives and get people to know them. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. Fabulous.
Thank you.
And perhaps raise some more money for Tommy's, of course. That might go well. Well done. Oh, I've done it again. This pesky thing. Don't trust me with technology, guys. Whoop. We've still got a teddy bear needing a home. If anyone's got a home for it. I don't know. Right, I'm just going to do a few more words as I close up. Unless my slides have all been shut down, of course. I don't know. Oh, look. They are. Just to, I'm sure those of you who are still here will know this, and those of you online will know this, but if you want a certificate, it's gone. Where's it gone? Okay, no, that's all right. Okay. There's several things now. This includes your homework tonight, which is to do a bit of reflection on what you've learned today, what you've picked up, because a lot of the sessions we've had are about sharing out the knowledge amongst women, amongst your colleagues, amongst students, midwives, and everything. So think about what you can share. If you're a student, start practicing how to do reflective accounts for your portfolios and for your revalidations. If you're a midwife and you're coming up for revalidation, and even if you're not coming up for revalidation, get into the habit of recording what you've picked up today. Don't just put your program in the drawer and think, I'll remember in 3 years' time what I learned, because you won't. You need to think about it and maybe remember the session we've just had and the power that that's got for women and their support. And you jot down some notes for yourself for the future. Share with your colleagues, because remember, you're getting your box set as soon as you put in your evaluation about how the day is. And please be honest about that. Say if there were things that weren't right, or you've got any ideas for the future, because that's how we develop the program further. I'm not liking that too much. Okay, and once you've got your, so I have to do this bit, remember. Once you've done your evaluation, you'll get your certificate electronically, and that's always nice to have. Okay, and this is my virtual bouquets, and I'm sending bouquets to everybody. The speakers, the exhibitors, there you go, the yellow sunflowers, AV support at the back there, who have been keeping everything going. We haven't had any sort of major malfunctions, thanks to them. And then you guys for being here and listening to what's been saying and participating and asking some really good questions and making really good comments. So thank you for that. And just my few words, I'm just going to say a big thank you to just about everybody in the whole world, especially the speakers, and especially our lovely chairs. Siobhan, is it correct, Sian? It's Sian. I don't know why I want to say Siobhan, because that's Siobhan, isn't it? Sian McLaughlin, Ellen Parker and Lisa Thompson, who have done magnificent chairing in the other downstairs, in the other place. That sounds a bit like being in Parliament, really. And thank you from Neil Stewart's for the media partner, the Practicing Midwife. Thank you to all of you for being here. Don't forget to complete your evaluation. Thank you. I've said thank you to the chairs. And remember to complete your own reflection. That's really important. Speaking as someone who did their revalidation and found things in that box and thinking, I don't remember this at all, and it's awful. But luckily, I managed to track down my notes, but it meant a lot more work later on, so do it when you can. So remember, you'll get all the online, the whole online mixed box set. It'll come to you after you've put in your evaluation. So the next one, now, what's it? The online presentation, that's it. I can't remember all this. And you can share them. It's not secret, highly secret. And next week, 20th, is our first Series 11 Maternity Midwifery Hour, and we're going to look at, does love have a role in midwifery? And we've got the lovely Diane Menage and Jenny Patterson with us next week, so I'll look forward to seeing, I won't see you all, but I'll know if you're there, which is lovely. 7 till 8 next Wednesday. Next festival is in Edinburgh, if you want a nice Scottish experience. Should be really good. And then, whoops, I'm going to get back in. Bon voyage, look. We should have something that moves. Look, a car, a train, a bit of an old train, and something else. There, bus is coming. So I wish you a safe journey home. Look forward to seeing you at the next event. And thank you for your participation, and well done. And if anyone, has nobody put a bid for the bear? This poor lonely bear.
My niece is going to is due to have a baby next week. Maybe
Perfect. I think that would be a perfect. You've won the bear. Oh, I think it's the thing I like, lovely and soft. So it's perfect for a little one. Hope it goes well.